India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Led by the best player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen leads a squad looking to change all that. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, Dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let the games begin.
Namaste. Welcome everybody to the opening day of the 44th World Chess Olympiad, which is held in Chennai, India. And really exciting day ahead. Your host today will be two Grandmasters. I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nactions, and that is the legendary Yasser Servan himself. Yasser.
Hello, Arthur. It's such a pleasure to be with you, and welcome everyone as well on our coverage. It's a great honor.
Absolutely, and we are about to start to look at the games, which is going to take something like 10 minutes, maybe slightly less. We have prepared for you some very nice slides about the format of the tournament, who are the favorites. So exactly. let's I guess have a look, right?
Absolutely. The Olympiad format, traditionally, it used to be a round robin that was kind of qualifying. They separated into sections. Not so for the modern Olympiads.
Right. So as you see, here's the format of the tournament. All federations in the world can send the delegation. I believe this Olympiad, Yasser, holds a record, right?
Yes, by far. I think they're looking at more than 180 federations, teams from all over the world. And of course, they also have the FIDE Congress that's taking place alongside the Olympiad. And this year's FIDE Congress will also be an election year for the presidency.
We might get a new president, or we might stick to the old one. I guess we're going to talk about at some point later. But about the teams, you see there are 4 players in the team, and that's what makes it really, really special. I mean, World Chess Olympiad is not just a team event. It's a very special gathering of all of the chess players in the world, 4 players and 1 reserve player.
Exactly. At one time, there used to be 2 reserves players, but they cut the number of teams to 5, just as you described. And the reserve player basically jumps into board 4. You can't drop your first player and then say to your reserve player, go and play on board number 1. So the reserve player always comes in on board number 4, and everybody's moved up.
Actually, yes, sir, I still remember those times, because I think last time I was playing myself in an Olympiad with 2 reservists, it was 2006, Torino. Right. So actually, I'm quite happy they changed that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it was 2006 or 8 they changed it, and yeah, that's what we have right now. So I mean, open tournament, I'm not really sure what was the year. Yasser, do you remember when they changed it from the men's tournament to the open tournament? Because the open tournament allow also for the women players to participate.
Exactly, and I have it in mind. It was 86, and the Olympiad in Dubai, but I could be wrong. We'll rely upon our streamers in chat to correct this, but the idea was that at a certain moment, the Polgar sisters, and particularly Judith, really, really was an outstanding player, deserving to be in the world's top 5. She qualified for the candidates, as you remember, in San Luis, Argentina in 2006. So we say, wait a minute, I mean, Judith is going to lead the Olympic team from Hungary. You know, you got to allow her in the Olympiad. So I think it was 86, but I could be wrong. And again, I have our chat window open in Twitch. So a big shout out to everybody who's joining us. I'm going to try my best to monitor your questions. And well, we've got so many people here to help us. We got a real production team here at chess.com. I can't believe how many assets we have. And they're also going to be feeding us top questions, Arturs.
Right, and also they have prepared us a very nice profile for the Team India, who are the hosts of the event. This is truly historic moment for India. I mean, yesterday I was watching the opening ceremony on YouTube. It was just impressive. You know, I really, really regret I was not there.
I know.
Right. So I just enjoyed by watching the video, and we have for you a small video about Team India.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad, Team A. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Kanero leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Kanero will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. For playing board 3, Vaishali earned some bragging rights over her brother, Pragnananda, who plays a 4th board in the open event. On this team, the 4th board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's women's Team A.
So, Yasser, what do you think? How do we properly evaluate India's chances to take medals? I'm not sure we can predict them to be winners of one of the categories, but clearly, India is looking towards to score a major result here in their own Olympiad.
No question about it, Arturs. You never know how to exactly handicap these things, but you can talk about the trend. The trend is very, very favorable for India, and their squad is strong, their women's team. But don't forget that as hosts, they get to play a number of teams in both the open section as well as the women's. And those other squads, you can't take them lightly either. I mean, some of the open juniors, the junior players in the open, I mean, they're up and coming and they're hungry. I mean, really hungry. So India, they're going to score a lot of upsets. Now, having said all of that, Arturs, you know it very well yourself. Sometimes the pressure on the hosts are really, really great. And you can underperform because you're so, I don't want to use the word frightened or fearful, but you're so nervous.
I imagine there's a tremendous stress, and
yes,
also
exactly.
Yeah, for the first team of India. But Yasser, I'm not really sure who is going to perform better, because also the second team of India has a very, very strong lineup. And I think even the world champion Magnus Carlsen said that he's more afraid of the second team because there is young players like Domraju, Gukesh, Prague.
Right.
And impressive.
Absolutely. And just talking about that pressure for just a moment, I mean, there's no question that Viswanathan Anand deserves all the accolades we can heap upon him, including being just a great ambassador for this Olympiad and kind of the overall godfather, if you will, of the teams, and to encourage them. But he was also invited, of course, if you look at his recent Grand Chess Tour results, say the players say, hey, Vishy, why don't you come and play on the open team? And he politely declined because, again, I think while he would perform incredibly well, he just didn't want the pressure of, performing on his home turf of Chennai. He would much prefer to give other players, other promising players, the seat. And that's what I mean about the stress factor.
Yeah, probably you're right. Indeed, a lot of pressure for Indian teams, 3 teams in total for both sections. And here you see there's the top 10 seeds. And of course,
Yes.
It's United States. I mean, is this the strongest team ever for United States in the history?
By far, it's not even close. When I was playing for the Olympiad team, I was like top 10. And then we had 2 players, Gata Kemsky and myself, in the top 10. But we're talking about 4 players on the U.S. Olympic team who are in the top 10. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches.
Right. So you see what are household names in the list. You see it's Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Wesley So, Lanier Dominguez Perez, top 10 players, Samuel Shankland.
It's incredible.
It's just incredible. And Hikaru Nakamura is not even playing this year.
Exactly. And Hikaru declined this invitation to do his streaming. We all know what's going on there. And our dear friend, John Donaldson, he was the best man at my wedding, is the captain. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of the U.S. Olympic team. Now, talk about Norway for a quick second for us. Norway coming in with high expectations.
Right, so Norway obviously has the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who's been looking towards score a major result here in the Olympiad. So far, Norway hasn't scored any medals, right? If I understood it correctly. But this time he has help. Aryan Tari is climbing to 2,700. Jon Ludwig Hammer also, he has tasted 2,700 level before. Then the young guns as Christiansen, Urkedal. This could be really a very good team to fight for the top 3.
No question about it. And these team events, by the way, team events are very different from individual events. You just keep, how do you say it? You keep your nerves, you keep your calm. You really want to succeed, not just for yourself, but for others, for your teammates. And when you have a guy holding down board 1 and scoring the points like a Magnus Carlsen, it lifts the whole team and everybody starts gaining rating points. It's like a spirit. The competitive
expectation,
spirit.
right?
Yeah.
Everybody's making photos. Everybody wants to see the world champion.
Right. And you feel that and you get caught up with it. Trust me on this one. I played in 10 Olympic teams, 2 world team championships, and you get caught up in that team spirit. So getting off to a very good start. People laugh about first rounds, we got to walk over here or there, whatever. They don't really tend to take it seriously. But trust me when I say the teams are taking it seriously. They want that 4-0 score so that they do play their top competitors as early as possible.
Right. So indeed, this is a very special gathering for all of the chess players. So in case, dear viewers, you haven't really followed what is the World Chess Olympiad all about, it's held every 2 years. This is the biggest team event in the history of chess. 44th edition already is here due to pandemics. We had some changes. We had the online Olympiad organized, and finally people have gathered. Basically, what was the last time? I think it was in Batumi, right?
Yes, it's Georgia.
2018. Yeah, I played the best.
And then, of course, we had it online.
Right. So, I mean, it really feels special also for the players to come back, greet familiar faces, play in this spectacular atmosphere. You know, Yasser, I looked at some of the pictures coming from Chennai. I'm just stunned, really. I'm just stunned. So this opening ceremony was just awesome. Then they have this chess bridge. Did you see that? They even painted a bridge as a chess coloring.
Right. Well, I mean, I've got something to look forward to there. I saw a graphic of the early kind of 2000s, and that the Olympiad was being dominated by two countries in particular, the Ukraine and Armenia from 2004 to 2012. Those two countries were winning the gold, and really quite a surprise, I would say. Of course, Armenia was always one of the top seeds, but once again, what I had said earlier really applied. Levon Aronian, he was the anchor of the team, and he dragged those players with him to the gold medals. And, you know, Levon played out of his mind in some of these Olympiads. Really, really impressive, not to take away any of the performance of the other teams, but I'm just saying those gold medals, you know, you can really chalk up to what was happening on boards 1 and 2, of course.
I also see there's a very nice key factor for which might contribute to the success of Ukraine and Armenia. It's the great team spirit.
Yes.
And Armenia and Ukraine, they have an awesome team spirit. And this is probably going to be a key element because it's not a single event. It's just not enough to play good chess. You also have to sometimes make small sacrifices for the team. For example, you have slightly better position, team needs to secure the victory or a draw, so you basically sacrifice your result for the team so the team wins. And maybe Norway could have really good team spirit among of all other teams. So yeah,
and then you saw the more recent, the last 5 editions there, where China, you talked about team spirit, and in 2016 the US wins. But I just want to say that kind of belies the reality of what actually took place. I was there in Batumi, and I was there at one of the last games. Ilyanov has won for the Ukraine, and literally on the stage, the Ukrainian team just jumps in one another's arms in a gleeful victory dance. I just feel like it was a victory jumping, as they thought at precisely the moment Ilyanov won, they had won the gold.
Wow.
It wasn't until like some result on board, I don't know, 30 or whatever it was, John Donaldson could give you details. The gold medal was decided there. The US won. So it was by a fraction of a fraction that we won. So sometimes these Olympiad scores and results, but then Russia, the number 1 seeds who had been underperforming for so long have started to perform really late recently and winning the open scores. And of course, in the ladies section, well, the women's teams from China, just so strong. Ukraine, China, Russia, Georgia. I mean, all the traditional favorites. And now this Olympiad with China, Russia missing, India says, wait a minute, you know,
we
turn.
have a shot here, right?
Yeah, our turn.
Our turn, we are going to take over.
Exactly. And there you see some of the nice results. Also, I just want to say that the Olympiad is obviously a competition, and we really want to say what a great competition it is, but I really want to cubbyhole that for a moment, and just stop thinking so much of the Olympiad as a competition. It's really more a spirit of friendship and meeting people and teams from all over the world. And it's not just teams from all over the world, it's organizers who are coming and saying, in the Bundesliga, I have this team and I would love for you, Prague, to join our team. And I come to invite you personally. And I am the organizer, Beal. And it would be wonderful for you to come and visit our tournament in Switzerland. So you get organizers, you get arbiters, you get captains and coaches and trainers, and then you have your collectors, and then of course the FIDE meetings. And throughout all of this, you're taking pictures with everybody.
Yeah.
You're on a bus, and I'm not joking. You're on a bus and they're taking photos.
And a lot of handshakes, right?
And a lot of handshakes.
Haven't seen you for a while. Oh, hello. Yeah.
Exactly. And then, of course, you have those worst moments. Arturs, you know what I'm talking about. The people come up and shake your hand, and it says, they're saying to you, it's wonderful to see you again. I haven't seen you in ages. And you're looking at the person and saying, please God, what is their name? What is their name?
This has happened, really, yeah. This has
Right.
happened.
And of course, now we're waiting for the games to begin, but as soon as we get our transmissions, and what are we going to do in terms, Arturs, of looking at games? There's so many games, we have to limit ourselves.
Yeah, so what I propose, obviously, we want to look at perhaps what are the pairings for the round one. So here you see, it's obviously India. India is actually going to play on board one. I think the reason is that they have special dedicated cameras, obviously, for all Indian fans. They're playing Zimbabwe. I don't think Zimbabwe is very unhappy, to be honest, about this opportunity.
No, they get to be featured in the Olympiad. How sweet it is.
Right. And then we have Team United States of America playing against Angola. Also a big moment for Angolians. Lebanon against Norway. Magnus Carlsen is resting today. And actually, this is not a big surprise, like Yasser, that the leaders of the teams, they sometimes skip the first round or the second round, and they give a chance for the other players to compete.
Exactly. I think for the team captains, it's kind of nice to put the reserve in and just to kind of get a gauge of how the reserve is doing. Also, I want to say that oftentimes board one is missing on day one, game one, from jet lag. Don't forget, India is quite a trip. It's a journey. And a lot of the players may be switching time zones of 4 hours and a lot more.
What's the preferred time to arrive to a tournament so that the jet lag passes away? Is it something like 2-3 days?
It varies for most people. For me, I'm terrible. I've always been impacted incredibly negatively by jet lag. And a lot of the scientific studies I've read have suggested 1 day per hour. So if you're going to go somewhere which has a 2-hour time zone difference, you're going to go there 2 days early. If I'm going to India, I might have a 9-hour time zone difference from, say, if I live in Seattle, right? So I'm sitting there going, but I can't go 9 days early. I just can't.
Why not?
It's impossible. I mean, I stay at the hotel for 9 days, and so I get, on the right normal hour. That's just tough. I remember playing one time in a tournament in Lugano, Switzerland. I was coming from Seattle, and it was the flight from hell, missing connections, everything. It was really, really, really terrible. Long story short, I arrived 24 hours late. So literally, the organizer picked me up at the train station in Lugano and took me to the game.
Wow.
That's it. Right. On game 7, I woke up literally at the board and I was playing Viktor Korchnoi for first place. And I have no recall of what happened in the first 6 games.
That's terrible.
It was terrible. It was like, I finally, arrived, and I was like, what am I doing playing Victor on board 1? Like
what happened before, right?
What happened before? It was like a blank. So I've always been hit by jet lag very, very hard, and others are less affected. How about yourself, Arturs? Did you feel impactful by jet lag?
Well, I can't really cross so many continents. I flew once to Australia, once to the United States. Oh, sorry, twice. Yeah, usually I recover very quickly.
Okay, good.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I would say I arrived something like 2 days before the start of the tournament, and I think most of the players in India have done that. I know my team, Latvia, for which I'm not playing this year, they arrived actually 2.5 days before. They had a very rough schedule to get there. They're there, they're playing, they enjoy everything. So yeah, 2 days should be enough.
Cool. And of course, again, everybody, just bear with us. We've had a lot of teams, a lot of assets, I want to say, on the ground in India. And as you could expect, in day one, with so many games, we're now getting the transmissions. And I see we've got Angola, USA on board 1. And the Angolan players are clearly going to be terribly overmatched. But that doesn't mean, Artur, that you can't play good openings.
That doesn't mean you can't enjoy the game, right?
Exactly.
I'm sure they're enjoying it big time.
Yeah, you can compete.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to play against some of the best players in the world. I mean, obviously, Wesley, so it requires no comments. And I think Miguel Sergio is going to enjoy it. And he's going to fight.
Yeah. And I remember in 1986, I had the Olympiad of my life. Like, seriously, it's not a joke. I beat everybody. I was like +6 on board 1. And early in the tournament, we had a very easy match with India. Very easy match. Everybody expected that we should score 4-0. And I was playing this young punk kid on board 1, certain Viswanathan Anand. Everybody was winning very easily their games. Somehow this guy on board 1, who, by the way, he played the whole game in like under an hour. It's just unbelievable what speed he played. He had me on the ropes. Almost the whole game. I escaped with a draw, and like everybody said, who was Viswanathan? So a lot of these teams do have that one player who is extra extraordinary. And sometimes it's not easy to get those 4-0 results because you have a Eugene Torre from the Philippines on board 1. And Eugenio was tough.
I think it's a good team strategy, to include some of the best youngsters in the team, because sometimes, I mean, when you check the lineup, they have the best juniors in the country, under 20. They give them a chance, they give them a shot to fight for something. And we have seen many breakthroughs, especially in the Olympiad. And probably one of the most famous examples which jumps to my mind is Vladimir Kramnik's performance in 1992 Manila Olympiad. Okay, that's an ancient history, really.
Right.
But he just made headlines after his amazing start.
No question about it. That was, of course, the Olympiad where Garry Kasparov said, I will play for the Soviet team if Vladimir is included. And he really rubbed some of the officials wrongly because Vladimir wasn't supposed to be included, and he had a great result. I, in fact, got victimized by Vladimir. So what happened was when Team USA played the Soviet Union, unfortunately, Garry Kasparov destroyed Gadakamsky, and I felt this extra pressure against Vladimir Kramnik that I should win in order to equalize the results. And unfortunately, Vladimir was largely unknown. He had offered me a draw. I guess around move 20, he had equalized, but I continued and lost. And it's just one of those things where the Olympiads really, not only they bring out the best performance, but when you include the youthful, that young energy, it can be magic. And Vladimir Kramnik, as you rightly pointed out, in '92, had a gold medal performance.
Right. And talking about the team strategy, I guess this is more visible in the later rounds. But at least when I was playing in Olympiads, like I played 6 Olympiads myself for Team Latvia, usually we have a very basic strategy. White wins, black draws. So it's so simple. So you're playing more or less an equal opponent who is competitive. Draw with black is fine, right? So it's really team effort which matters.
Yeah, and it's strange. Today we don't, well, in those old days, they used to have adjournments and the games were much, much longer. Now there's no adjournments, of course. But in the old days, you would actually have these kind of team strategies where the captain would often interfere, and the one captain would go over to the other captain and say, you know, I don't know about you, but I think we're winning on board 1 and we're losing on board 3. The other 2 games are rather even. What would you say about 4 draws? And the captain suddenly would make 4 draws. Like literally you're winning on board 1. The captain has said, look, we're losing on board 3, so 2-2 result, and that's a very good result. I don't think they do that so much these days, but in the old days, the captains really interfered.
But, you know, I think, yes, that also players definitely feel what's going on. And I definitely recall one of my last experiences. I was playing in 2016 Olympiad for Team Latvia. We were playing against Hungary. So Hungary was Richard Rapport.
Very strong.
Yeah, a very, very strong team, 2750 first board, couple of 2650s. I was playing with board 3. And what happened is that on board 1, Sheriff beat Rapport. Board 2, Igor Kovalenko beat, I think, Ferenc Berkes. And on board 4 lost. And we are supposed to already win the match. So we lead 2-1 in the score. And I'm playing with white. I have an extra pawn. So this is where the team strategy kicks in. Instead of trying to play for the win, just play for the draw. And my opponent tries to win, obviously, right? He tries to win, but he cannot do nothing. And that's how we won the match, right? So this is just one of the examples that the team result is very often of utmost priority.
Absolutely, and you have to feel that as an individual. As we get ready for actually looking at a lot of the games, we're just going to go for a quick break, Arturs. What do you say?
Yep, let's see you in a couple of minutes. So the game should be running up in a moment. Don't go anywhere. The Olympiad is just starting. See you soon.
Yeah, baby.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman,
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
and what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Welcome back, everybody, from the broadcast of the 44th International World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Yasser Seiravan and I'm Arthur Nexans. We're going to be your host for today's round one of the Olympiad, and we are getting already some moves. Yasser.
Excellent. It's very nice. Of course, on day one on Olympiad, we have to understand that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. So we're going to do our best to make sure that we can go through as many games as we can. But on the other hand, we have to understand we've got issues and we'll work through them. India versus Zimbabwe. I see that we've got a game here, A2, A4 by white.
Do we check how this game actually started from the move one? Right. So what we can do is we can follow the games which are actually being relayed right now, because obviously, like Yas already said, day one, sometimes there's technical issues. I mean, the games are not broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the games we see right now.
Yeah.
Oh, D6. What is that? Aren't you supposed to play D5 here?
Yes, that's the main line with both captures on D5 as well as E5. I think it's called the floor Mechanis variation. By the way, this was my bread and butter. I mean, I furnished an entire apartment winning games from this variation, and I had included Victor Korchnoi and Jan Timman amongst a whole long line of victims. And I would play 3E5. So the move D7, D6, a little too passive for my taste.
Right, E5 and switch to the English opening, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying after E6, E4, I think the move D7, D6 is a little too passive.
Okay, it's slightly passive. Black gives away the space advantage. Usually
Yes.
white is very happy.
Very happy.
So we have some sort of a king's Indian with a loss of a tempo, E6, E5.
Precisely.
Bishop
Not good.
E2.
Yeah.
This is actually interesting approach by Vidit, because he's not closing the structure with a move something like D5, which is
Right.
common approach against the king's Indian.
Yep.
Although this is not King's Indian, is it? I mean, what is this really?
This is an old Indian. So a King's Indian is, of course, with a fianchetto on the king side, G7, G6, and bishop G7. The old Indian, they put the bishop on E7 in the kind of a style that said they want to keep the flexibility. Often Black just put his rook on E8 and the bishop back on F8. But again, this loss of tempo, that's a no-no.
All right. I mean, Black is not doing terribly, of course.
No.
A5, A4. Yeah, you already mentioned, yeah, so this is a mysterious slightly move, weakening the B4 square.
Absolutely.
I guess in some old books, it would be slammed. This is a terrible move, right? You weaken the B4 square, you weaken the C5 square, but with the development of the modern engines, they say, hey, this is an awesome move.
The other point, I don't know about awesome, that's pretty good. Awesomely bad. Yes, A4, as you mentioned, and that is the key thing that you said. It weakens the B4 square. Now, if that knight on D7 could magically drop onto the B4 square, then it's okay. But now the move A2, A4, without the knight coming to B4 isn't that terrible. But the difference, of course, it's all about you're not able to play B3, A3, B4, ponderously slow, of course, but you can deny Black the C5 square as well. What has happened after bishop after A4? Sorry.
After A4, I believe there's no more moves. At least we are not receiving any more moves.
I see.
Might as well be played 10 moves.
Okay.
I don't really know, but that's the position we have. Yeah, so Vidit is enjoying his space advantage. I guess he's not going to play D5 anymore, is he now?
No, I think he's just going to play rook D1 and put pressure on the E5. And oftentimes, if you're, and this is very important, if you're going to play the move A4, you're probably going to go bishop to A3 in order to put pressure on the D6 pawn, just as you've shown it there. And again, to our audience, a big shout out. Thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us and sharing your day with us. We're going to do our best to navigate around the various boards, and we probably want to go through as many games as we can, but we can't always promise you that we'll be able to show you the matches because, again, day one, a lot of glitches can be expected. But we're going to have fun, regardless.
We're going to have fun. We have some games, actually. It's not so bad, because the next game I see, it's game number 10, which is a different team. Let's do it, and maybe let's jump in so that we have actually some positions on the board. That is one of the Norwegian chess players, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, who is actually nicknamed by Bach, as far as I know, between his friends.
Yeah. I kind of like
Johann Sebastian Bach, right?
I like it. I like it. Yes. We have here in Holland our own Benjamin Bach, spelt differently, B-O-K, and not B-A-C-H, but Big Ben.
Right. So
what do we have? A symmetrical English.
Oh, sorry. I think I jumped somewhere. All right, here we go. That was King's Indian, was it? No, not King's Indian.
Benko Gambit.
Benko.
Well, game.
Yes, sir. What is your relationship with the Benko Gambit? Is it a playable opening? Up to what level can you play it?
Very, very difficult. My experiences have been with the Benko Gambit. First of all, I think it's a superb weapon as Black for Swiss events. In Swiss events, you simply have to score 80-90% to win a decent prize, which means you can't just rely upon winning with White and drawing with Black. You got to win with Black. And to my mind, when you make a gambit with Black, you're risking your life because you're applied behind. But the Benko Gambit is one of those extremely rare gambits that you can play as Black, and you have not just dynamic play, you have long-term strategical play. It's an extremely unusual gambit that I think is totally totally valid. I played it as black myself. I do much better on the white side than I do the black side. And I remember playing against Valery Salov. Valery Salov, famous grandmaster from the Soviet Union, he actually became the #3 player in the world at one time behind Kasparov and Karpov. But I chose to play against Valery Salov the Benko because I couldn't find any games of his where he had played against it. Then it turned out that it was Valerie's favorite weapon is black.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's like I was trying to surprise him.
So today you would open chess base. Obviously, you would also check what your opponent is playing also with the other color, right? I mean,
exactly.
We
have made a draw, so I mean, somehow I managed to escape with my life. But I remember surprising my opponent in a bingo gambit that went terribly wrong. Here we see some wonderful camera feeds from the Olympiad. And by the way, I always, as a player, look to see that the players have rooms on their boards. In other words, they're not elbow to elbow or jowl to jowl, but they could, breathe. And it looks very good, the playing hall there. You see there's plenty of space for the players to walk around the games.
Yeah, there's a huge call indeed. But this particular game, Yasser, I think we chose not a very good example because I'm fairly sure that the last move, knight c6, as much as I'm for sacrifices,
that was not played.
Pretty sure it wasn't played. So I'm going to simply
switch. Relay error, please.
I'm going to simply switch to Sam Shankland, one of the United States players. We do have a game from Sam against Domingos Junior.
Okay, I'm hoping from that look there that Sam was on the black side.
Yeah, Sam is playing with white. Bishop b5, the Moscow Russian.
Okay.
This brings warm feelings to my card, Philip, because I've played Moscow Russian so many years.
Okay.
Knight e7, very aggressive. I mean, knight e7 is usually the aggressive approach. Bishop d7 is the positional approach.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And c3. Well, it wants to grab the center.
Right. I see in a lot of times after this move c3 that the games almost seem to transpose into what looks to be, anyway, a Ruy Lopez. The bishop ends up on c2, the pawn ends up on d4, and it looks like a Chigorin Ruy Lopez.
For example, something like this, right?
Precisely.
a6, a4, maybe. Okay,
right.
I think I forgot to make a move. Yeah, a6, a4, maybe d5 at some point. And actually, knight on d7 is feeling rather well because usually it's stuck somewhere
flexible. Here. Yes. Precisely. So it looks a lot more flexible on d7 than on a5. Oh.
Right. So bishop d3, this is slightly mysterious move, but that's actually one of the common ideas. What wants to cut the bishop here on c2 to protect the pawn on e4, then push d4. And knight e5 is a very, very committal move from black, which engines don't really support, but it's difficult for white to break through.
Okay, we'll go quickly through this position and we'll just take a quick break. We're going to need to refresh our transmissions, Artur, and just make sure we get all of the games, or as many of the games as we can. So apologies to our audience. Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
See you soon.
Yes, indeed.
We're back from the World Chess Olympiad, providing the coverage of round one. As you see, there's some minor technical issues coming from the site provided by the organizers, because not all of the games are coming through.
Right.
However, we do have one game of Samuel Shankl against Junior Domingos being played right now. Your hosts today are going to be Yasser Servan, and I'm Graham Stratton Actions.
Yeah, and again, Artur, it's great to be with you. Nice to be calling the games alongside you there. And as we dropped out there, as we dropped out there, I was saying, I was hoping that Sam Shankland had the black pieces. And when you said, well, he had the white pieces, and you were saying knight to e5, I like black's position in the current situation, despite the double pawns in the center. I don't care what the engine says about the move knight e5, but I think black has solved 99% of his opening difficulties in the current position. Your take?
Yes, things are not going to be easy for Samuel. And while we are about to go back to the game, I believe our producers have prepared a very, very nice video about the Team USA, which you should see.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Leinier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. During its triumph in 2016, Team USA was led in scoring by Wesley So. In this year's Olympiad, So returns to play as the 2 seed, which should offer him some favorable matchups. The 3 seed is Aronian, which also should play in Team USA's favor. Aronian ranked as the top player for each of Armenia's gold medals in 2006, 2008, and 2012. Aronian now brings that experience and pedigree to Team USA while going up against the opposing country's 3rd best player. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Well, that was a lovely profile.
Wow,
of,
it was just
US.
stunning. I mean, how do you stop Team USA at all? I mean, they're just huge favorites in this tournament.
True. But just looking at that history, it was kind of funny. I just had to smile. You go back to 1937 and the gold medal. In those days, the teams from the Soviet Union didn't play. And I remember they had these cable matches. And when the United States first played against the Soviet team by telegram or telex, it was a shock to America when we lost. I mean, and the Soviets had like Botvinnik, Smyslov, Bronstein, we had like Reshevsky and Charles Kalnay, and I don't know, Nicholas Rosslin. I mean, we were really, really overmatched, and we couldn't believe that we lost. then in that clip, that profile, we were told, and yes, it's true, in 1976, we have won the Olympiad in Tel Aviv, Israel, which was a very funny situation. So first of all, we very barely won it. We squeaked out ahead of Holland. I don't know if it was tie breaks, but the crazy part was, if you go back to the 70s, the FIDE was dominated by the Soviet Union, that is to say, their General Assembly. So you had these socialist nations, and it very much reflected, it was a mirror reflection of the United Nations. And in the United Nations, the Soviets in the General Assembly had the votes, full stop, end of story. So there was Israel, who had put in their bid to win the Olympiad, or to host the Olympiad, and everybody understood that Israel would never be able to host the Olympiad. I mean, politically, it was impossible, full stop. All the Arab nations, for example, would vote against Israel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And somehow it was a secret vote, and Tel Aviv won. It was like, what? Nobody could believe it. And literally, like, half the nations immediately boycotted, including the Soviet Union, did not send teams to the Olympiad. And so it was a really, really reduced Olympiad. And I think they even had a counter Olympiad somewhere else to try to take away the prestige of the Olympiad from Israel. And so we very barely squeaked by, and we won it. And in the modern era, for us, we were so happy to win the gold in Baku. I mean, individually, we've always had great performances. I've won gold medals as an individual, and we've won, bronze medals and silver medals and stuff like that. But, winning the Olympiad is really, really hard. And like I said, in Baku, we just barely got past Ukraine. Ukraine thought they had won it.
Right. Yeah. Ukraine usually, as we already discussed, have a great team spirit.
Fantastic.
Usually perform very, very good in Olympiads, also European team championships.
Right.
So yeah, actually, Yasser, I remember what was it? I think it was Fabi who said it during the candidates tournament. He was asked about the prospects of the Olympiad, how he treats United States chances to win the tournament. And he said basically, okay, anything but not winning will be disappointing.
Exactly.
Which is quite understandable.
Right. Because again, I mean, we're coming in with really what I would say is a monster squad. And we mentioned in that wonderful profile, big shout out to chess.com and the producers for that. As I said, look, Lanier Dominguez is the greatest Cuban player since Jose Raul Capablanca, full stop. And I mean, the guy is incredibly good. He would be first board for any country in this Olympiad very easily. And, Samchenko the same, and Levon Aronian, he led the Armenian team. So you could take our first three players, I think, Wesley and Levon and Fabi, shake them up, and whoever came out 1, 2, or 3, that's good enough. Right. Lanier, I think, would be very happy to say, okay, you three guys determine the first 3 boards. I'll anchor fourth. And it's just, what can I say? This team of the United States is awesomely strong, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I can tell you, a lot of pressure. Yeah.
I think so. There's indeed a lot of pressure, because when you are a huge favorite to win the tournament, their rating gap, average rating gap from the second seed, it's about 75 points. That's huge.
Wow.
Right. So you feel this pressure. You feel that you have to prove it. All of them are hardened professionals, the best players in the world. However, I mean, still, it might just take one match, one misstep against direct competitors, and that's it. So they know the stakes are high here.
Exactly. I'll go back, pardon me for harping on this point, but I'll go back to Baku for just a moment. And in the last round, I mean, Canada coming out of nowhere. just nowhere. Canada.
I can tell you where they came from. I can tell you directly where they came from. They beat Latvia in the previous round. Yeah, I was playing and I lost. Yeah.
Oh,
I know where they came from precisely.
Well, Team Canada comes to board one in the last round against the United States out of nowhere. And it's sort of like, oh my gosh, the gold medals are at stake for us. And for Team Canada, like, this is like one of their greatest performances ever, full stop. And Sam Shanklin lost to Eric Hansen. And that was like, that could have cost us the gold medal. And just like you said, I mean, if Sam Shanklin makes a draw in that game, there's no discussion about it. We win the gold medal, absolutely 100% for sure. Sam loses that like one key critical game and suddenly tie breaks galore.
Yeah.
It's like, oh dear. What game do you have on the board? I see this very interesting King's Indian with white having a knight on e4.
Yeah.
What is that game?
It's some sort of a King's Indian. I don't know. One of the games relay that is incoming. Maybe we can very quickly check. Barkham Maksudlo. Yeah, he is one of the brightest young stars from Iran. Very strong, 27 Congress already.
Yep.
I believe he was training. He was working on chess something like 10 or 12 hours per day, which is just about crazy. 10 or 12 hours more than I do usually every day.
You got that right. I was never really what I would call a professional. I worked with Viktor Korchnoi for about 18 months. And there was probably a 30-year age gap between us, and he exhausted me. Like, I didn't know what working on chess was until I worked with Viktor Korchnoi. He worked 10 hours a day, and I probably worked 2, maybe 3. I was just doing too much other things. But yeah, when the Iranian player you just mentioned said in an interview that he's working 8-10 hours a day, I just went,
maybe it was 8. Yeah.
Wow.
Just 8. Yeah.
That's hard work. I got to tell you, because working on chess, it's a very, very individual sport. So you really need this motivation. You have to feel it inside you. Like, okay, let's look at another position. And nothing as difficult as working on your endgame muscles. So you see all of these rook and pawn endgames that you just have to know inside and out. Like, you just have to assume you're going to get a rook and pawn endgame where you're a pawn down, and it's an Armageddon game. You really have to imagine that you're black, you're a pawn down, and you know it's a theoretical draw. And you have to just play it like in 15 seconds with absolute understanding.
And playing online doesn't really count.
No, it doesn't.
If somebody is watching this and thinks, oh, but I am training like 4 or 5 hours a day playing on chess.com. This is, for fun. You have to understand that, right?
That's just exercising some kind of tactical muscles. That's not a technique that you want to learn. But once you do that and you say, okay, I've mastered this position, absolutely, I got it. Then you say, okay, now I'm ambitious. Let's go to the next one. Give me another rook versus pawn ending, and let me master that. Again, I'm seeing some really, really nice camera views from the playing hall, and I'm looking at the players walking around, and I'm not seeing a crowded hall. So I'm thinking the players are really happy.
I think I saw the hall in the pictures. It's huge, so it can fit in a couple of thousand people.
Wonderful.
So it's not divided like in Batumi at the last Olympiad that was being held on site. We had 2 halls, right? It was still great, but you could feel that this unity of everything under the same roof is missing. And now, the Indians have provided this amazing hall, and it looks great.
Yeah, Vishy Anand, we had done an interview with him on the Grand Chess Tour, and he was explaining that he was so pleased with the hall that they had found in Chennai. He said it's going to be a great playing hall. The players are going to be very happy. I'm looking also, and I'm seeing a nice area for the spectators to be walking around against the walls of the playing area, and as opposed to being in some fixed seated auditorium looking at big screens, they can actually walk around the playing hall. So it looks to me, first day, and lots of things can happen, but it looks to me that it's really, really cool. Really, really cool.
At the moment, this is for some of the games the only way how we can see them, right? How they can see them.
Exactly.
Most of the games are unfortunately not coming through. We do get some of the games, not all of them. They are probably going to be fixed. Not our fault, but we can focus on what we see. And this is the game. I'm not sure we really should focus on it too much, but we started to talk about this King's Indian. Some weird stuff, to be honest. I'm not sure how to combine together B4 with rook E1, but I guess chess allows everything.
Yeah, the bayonet attack, B2, B4, was at one time really, if you go back, instead of the move knight H5, was really criticized as not a good move because of A5. How are we doing in terms of analysis? Can we make moves? A5?
Yeah, we can make moves. What kind of move you would like to make? A5?
A5, yeah.
Of course, fight for the C5 square.
Yeah, and they take on A5. And then, yes, you take with the rook. And then the idea was, hey, now we won the C5 square. This is really lousy for white. Knight D7, knight C5. And white's strategically worse. And then somebody said, not so fast. Wait a second, this is actually not the way chess works. And, you've got the square on C5, but I can go A4, bishop A3, knight E1, knight D3. And the trade of the B and A pawn, I can fight for the square C5, and it's actually okay. So then some people started playing after B4, A5, BA5. Yes, right here. Some people started playing not rook takes A5, but C5.
Right.
And it was like, oh, this is a great way to shut white down on the queen side. You'll play rook takes A5 and rook A6.
Oh.
And yeah, very, very nice. And this whole bayonet attack, I mean, I'm sure people have written books on it, but the evolution of how the line started, what the dynamic thinking was, how it changed, and now with the great chess engines, what's going on, a lot of people are saying, ignore white. don't play A5, don't do anything. Go ahead and play knight H5 and get on with business on the king side. So but this evolution of ideas, I just love that aspect to chess. It's just great. Yeah, it's just great. Okay, so then came A4 and F5, I guess A5.
The knight F6 and A5. Look at that. White is fighting for space advantage.
Right.
We are getting a word that this is maybe not really Parham playing this game. Well, at least it's a game, maybe. Right?
Yeah, it's a game.
It's a game of Iran. All right.
And again, like if you go back just a second before this move E3, it's very hard to say, like the move E4, E3 is not what you would call a natural move. It's not a move that you would intuit. You would think, oh, you go knight F5 and knight D4 and bishop F5. You don't think about playing the move E3. Right? But it goes to show how computers have impacted not just opening theory, but it's impacted players throughout the whole world. Players are getting stronger and stronger and stronger thanks to computers and databases. The engines are teaching us and training us. I mean, 10 years ago, I would have never even thought of the move E3. I would have thought of bishop F5. I would have thought of knight C5. Maybe on a crazy, no, bishop H6 I couldn't think of, sorry.
Bishop H6. Okay, that's
no, that's asking too much. But I'm just saying the move E3 is not an intuitively obvious or natural move.
But I'm getting that this is indeed not Parham's game, it's his teammates' game on board 4, and this is actually what is being played in Parham's game, so maybe I can show you very quickly.
Having mentioned his name,
yeah.
We'll actually get his actual, Bogo Indian bishop E4, knight D2, yeah.
And E4, oh wow, okay. E5, knight E, so this is a very sharp line. I assume that Black is doing all right.
Right. Yes, it's a very, very major line. And H4, I think, is actually invention. Probably I'm wrong, but I would like to give David Navarra credit for throwing it out there. H2, H4, and the idea is very obvious. White is ready to play bishop takes H7. Like, please play knight C6, so I can go bishop H7 and knight G5 and checkmate you. Yes.
Somehow this is checkmating, right? I believe we even have some puzzles level, starting level at chess.com. This is how you checkmate your opponent.
Exactly. That's exactly right. If you get a success, I'm saying this to our audience, if you get a success from Puzzle Rush, be sure to give Artur and Yaz credit.
I didn't invent it, really. I mean, I've done a lot of Puzzle Rush runs, so yeah.
G6, very nice.
That's very interesting. I like this approach. And Queen C2, Knight F8. This is what's been played.
Yeah, especially with the inclusion of H6. And the move bishop B1 takes great impact, because as soon as I make the battery with the queen, you can't play G6. H5 is splat. It's just made over there.
Right.
Yeah. That's
how you feel the consequences having the pawn on H6?
Absolutely. This is a splat.
So this is what was played in actual game. I believe that we still can switch to some other game. I'm not really sure to which one. We did talk about Shankland's game, and now they have a different opening. Yasser, what do you make of that?
For Sam Shankland's game?
Right, because we checked, they had the Moscow ration, and I said it brings warm feelings to my card, etc. And now suddenly it's open Sicilian.
Yeah, and I said I didn't like Sam's position, so I was really hoping the transmission was wrong, and I got my wish.
Let's switch this game as well.
Okay.
Pretty sure knight c5 also didn't happen.
Also did not happen. Did not happen. By the way, I remember it was very nice in the old days. The digital game boards were hypersensitive. So it was this very nice move. You could go bishop on c1 as white and go bishop to h6. Bishop c1, h6. But, and this was very important, if you went bishop c1 and lifted the bishop and then put it on h6, it would go to h6. But a lot of players like to slide their piece across the board, right? So the move could be recorded as bishop d2, bishop e3, bishop f4, bishop g5, and bishop h6.
That's not legal, is it? I mean,
so you can imagine a lot of transmission errors. And as we get started in this, the first round of the Olympiad, we just have to say that we should gird ourselves that we will have some transmission relay errors. So we'll do our best, of course.
I think they're going to manage it. Definitely. They have a very dedicated, huge team in India. They really want to make it as the best Olympiad ever. Right. And I think there's a lot of techs already working on these issues as we speak. We can only show you what we are getting, right? So sometimes we get the wrong relay. Well, what can we say, right?
Yes, exactly. So again, shout out to our chat. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your day. And I do see some of your comments, and we would love to go, for example, to Magnus Carlsen's board. In this, of course, Magnus is not playing on day one, but we would love to go to a lot of games, and we just don't have that ability at this moment. But I do expect that as the Olympiad continues, we'll have much more. Okay.
All right.
I'm just getting a good news that we've got better transmissions. Archer,
Yes.
take us around the stage. Start with board one.
Board one. Let me just find them first. All right.
Yeah.
Board one.
And again, India being the host, they have a dedicated table to the Indian Open first team.
Right.
So what do you have for
Well, the closest one I have here is Levon Aronian's game.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's jump to that.
Right.
And Levon is doing great for black.
Is this the game that we wrongly attributed to Sam Shankland?
There's a very good chance. Yes, there's a very good chance, because I do see it's Moscow. Yeah, I think you're completely right. And you praised black for playing really, really good opening, and unknowingly you praised Levon's choice in the opening.
I wanted to say that I like black's position a lot after this move, Queen D6, and when you said to me that Sam Shankland had the white pieces, I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to go to India and talk to Sam about his opening. I'm glad I don't have to do that. Phew. I mean,
all right. He knows what he's doing, definitely, right?
Excellent. I won't book my travel agent.
In a nutshell, I mean, this idea, 95, probably, Yasser, you know it a lot more than I do, but I have written quite extensive analysis on this variation with from the white's perspective. And 95 is really tricky, because black allows doubling the E pawns to stop this D4 push. Otherwise, if you don't play 95, and there's many good moves. There's moves like E6, there's G6, maybe even B6. White simply plays bishop C2, D4, and gets the center. And Aronian plays 95 and crushes these ambitions for white.
Absolutely. And also, just stop here for just a moment. So the resulting position is these doubled pawns on E5 and E7, as you say. But if you look at from white's perspective for just a moment, white, we understand, is going to have to make a break, a pawn break somewhere. And you only have 3 places to do it. You can play for F4, you can play for D4, and you can play for B4. Now, playing for B4 is not going to get you all that great success. You can imagine you play B4 and there's a trade of C pawns, and then what? You've got an open C file that black is able to contest. No, you're going to have to play for D4 and F4. And in that case, the pawn on E5 is perfectly within its rights to be fighting for the control of the D4 and F4 square. So that's double pawns is actually quite useful. And as we'll see, Levon uses the space to improve his pieces. That is to say, the pawn on D6 is on E5, and he improves his pieces very nicely.
Right.
Yeah,
indeed. So actually the G6 is quite tricky, because sometimes black plays bishop H6 before white can touch D pawn. I think this is the reason why white played D3 to stop it. Bishop E3, B6, and I guess white is thinking about at some point to play something like knight E2, knight F3, and D4. But as we already see how the game progressed, it never materialized.
Let's see how it progressed. Castles, H3, D1.
Applying pressure, also stopping knight E2. I guess this is the idea. Otherwise, the pawn on D3 drops.
Exactly.
Queen D6, logical. I mean,
very, very nice.
I approve.
Agreed, completely. It was at this point that I thought that black was even for choice, that all of his opening challenges are behind him. And let me be very clear as a commentator with my audience when we talk about the openings for just a second, because a lot of people get confused about the opening, and here it is. It's very, very simple. What are you trying to achieve in the opening? The first and most important thing is that you want your fair share of the center. You want to control the center. So you want your fair share. Secondly, you want effective squares for your pieces. You don't want your pieces to be bottled up on poor squares. And the third thing is you want a safe king. That's it. That's all you want. Now you can go crazy, and you can go 40 moves deep in some Grunfeld ending. But from the opening, those are the three things you want. And you look at Black's position in that position after Queen F3. Black has his fair share of the center. His pieces are effectively developed. The knight on F6, the bishop on G7, the bishop on A6, queen on D6. And boy, when I look at Black's king, I go, ugh, good luck.
Try to get me, right?
Yeah, good luck killing the Black king. That's not going to happen.
Tucked away in safety. Yeah, I think also the pawn on D3 cannot really be taken. I guess there should be some kind of a simple tactics like rook D1, right?
Okay,
We have some issues.
Yes, precisely. C4.
So what is tricky? I mean, he is so 23 count. He knows what he's doing. Actually, this is one of the rare matchups of the first round when we have title players. There is no Grandmaster pairings yet. Because it's the first round, the favorites are meeting against underdogs when it comes to the ratings. But still, I mean, David Silva is an international master, so it shouldn't be easy for Levon.
No, and just on that moment too, I was going to say that Spain got an awkward first round pairing because they're up against Wales. And wait a minute, Wales? Wait a minute, they play chess in Wales. Seriously good games. Knight H5, also kind of an indication that Black is ready to, yes, precisely, Artur's. Knight to F4, F5. He starts thinking that I could make an initiative, especially because White's not playing D4 and White's not playing F4. All of his breaks are being controlled by Black's piece deployment.
This monster on E5. Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And from Black's perspective, Black starts thinking, okay, E6, F5, and I can have my break. And if I seize more space on the king side, that could lead to, well, I'm not going to say promising attack, but it's always nice to have the initiative. By the way, also very important to define certain chess terms, because a lot of people have different definitions for chess terms. What does the word initiative mean in chess? It means the ability to make threats.
Right.
A player has an initiative because he has the ability, or she has the ability, to make threats. So at this moment, if you look at White's position, White not threatening anybody. I mean, if you play G4, you could say, I'm threatening your knight, but you may regret playing G4.
Right, then you have a very juicy outpost on F4, which White is going to regret, because this opens this guy here in G7.
Yes.
Not very good.
The monster. Okay, so Black is developing his pieces in such a way that he's now ready to assert his break F5. Okay.
Right, so I guess we're going to simply fast forward. Oh, look at that. There was an exchange sacrifice already, round one.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the spirit of Tigran Petrosian, the great world champion who was formidably well known for his exchange sacrifices, Levon is feeling the spirit.
All right, that's his famous countryman, of course.
Right.
I love this choice, actually, because in pure mathematical calculations, so what does it mean? I know that it's a scary thought for many club level players. I mean, usually the thought process is like, I'm giving up the exchange, right? So in case I'm not going to checkmate my opponent, I'm going to be in trouble. But think about this. Exchange for a pawn in the professional circuit, it's being evaluated as something like, I'm not sure, Jesse, you're going to agree with me here. I would say half a pawn. Would you agree on that?
Right. Okay. So first of all, we have to, again, just kind of define our terms. So we sacrificed an exchange. Levon did a rook for 5. For a bishop, which is 3, and a pawn, which is 1. So you could say that Levon made a calculation, a judgment that he will have a material imbalance not in his favor. So that materially speaking, black is behind. Now, if Levon had sacrificed in exchange for a knight and pawn, then again, it's 4 versus 5, but I tend to think of a bishop as being worth 3.5.
I totally approve, Yasser. You're your favorite commentator, really, because I've had these discussions before, and some people disagree, but most of the people do agree that bishop indeed is 3.5, because
Absolutely.
the position tends to open, the bishop gains strength, and
Precisely.
This is where you start to feel the power of the bishops.
Exactly. You're 100% right. It's not even to discuss, but it's absolutely right. But also, here's the thing. When you're black and you need to win, or you want to win as black, you have to take a little bit of greater risk. And when you look at this position, you say, this is what this exchange sacrifice was kind of perfectly ideal, because now it's putting a lot of pressure on white. White's sitting there saying, his teammates are coming up to him and, patting him on the back and saying, you've got a material edge, it's really, really great. Make yourself look good. Okay, but now let's dissect the position for just a second. And we go, I have an exchange. Yay. What does it mean? It means I have a trump. Rooks are great when they have open files.
Yeah, sort of.
Now, in this position, the rooks are not strutting their stuff. They're not looking great because the open file in the center, well, there is no open file in the center. In fact, the D file and the E file are both blocked by these pawns. So for white starts thinking, okay, I need to bring my rooks to life, right? How do I open up the position in my favor?
Should be D4, right?
Should be D4. And you start to think that that's once again where I'm aiming. And Levon is sitting there thinking, yes, keep thinking like that. That bishop on G7 is sleeping, but that bishop on G7 is going to become awake as the position opens. I think that this was a great choice. I probably would say I prefer black in a practical game, but I wouldn't be surprised if the chess engines called it even.
Right. I would say also it's going to depend if white is going to manage to bring the queens off the board, because naturally black has those 2 bishops. And if white is going to push D4, I mean, look at the white king. It is weak, right? We have some dark square weaknesses. And D4 is a very responsible move because, for example, you have to account for black at some point, maybe even pushing E4 and just exploiting the weaknesses of the white king.
Exactly. We have to be very careful that white doesn't have a counterpart to the bishop on B7. So, this awareness that diagonal could cause, your feelings to get hurt. So be careful with that diagonal. What other games? Let's jump around the stage and treat our audience as to the various games we've got.
Yeah, maybe we have to find another game, and I'm thinking, can I find Fabi is not playing here today.
No, he's taking. We talked about the jet lag.
Yeah, the jet lag.
Yeah, the jet lag impact.
So we have Wesley So. He is playing with the white color against Sergio Miguel. And I do believe, Yasser, we had this position correct at the start because that was one of the very first positions transmitting the correct moves, assuming this is the correct relay. Should be.
Yeah.
It was a Nimzo.
right? The Rubinstein Nimzo with E3. And recently, I want to say that Wesley has really adopted or taken to White's setup with the bishop on D3 and knight on E2, and even the bishop on D2, which is kind of interesting because it really is an echo of previous world champion Michael Botvinnik. Botvinnik used to like those setups with the bishops on D3 and F3, and he would go rook A2 and G4 and swing the queen's rook across. And Wesley kind of picked up the spirit of Botvinnik.
Yeah. So Nimzo indeed is a source of many sharp games. F3 ideas like G4, rook A2, as you already mentioned, maybe E4. This bishop on C1, it doesn't appear to be doing much because at the moment it's just staring at the pawns on E3 and A3, but strong players, they're thinking ahead, and obviously Wesley is a very strong player, and he knows the position is going to open, and this bishop here on C1 could become easily one of the strongest pieces on the board.
Absolutely, and sometimes it flashes out to A3, and as you mentioned, Arturs, when you do get the move E3, E4 in, then it's very natural for it to develop to a G5 and tickle the knight on F6. And finally, the knight on E2 is terrible. Let's be very, very clear. That knight on E2 is not earning its keep. The knight on E2 needs a better role. And when you start to think, well, where's a good square? Yeah, you highlighted it right away. G3 and F5. The pawn on E6 is moved to the D5 square. The square F5 is weak. And when your opponent has a dark square bishop and you don't play the move G6.
Yeah, you're going to regret
that. Do it. Trust me on this one.
At some point, indeed, this could be a problem. Oh, look at this. This is actually how the game progressed after queen A6. I find it interesting that Wesley didn't mind to trade queens. So he treats, queen trade. It's fine. It's fine. I get to fight for some central squares. A4. Well, this is really odd, right? You play G4, A4, and according to the bar, white is simply better.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Because you're thinking your structure C3, D4, F3, E3, this structure is lending itself nicely to a kingside attack. And we're told that when we're attacking, we should be keeping pieces on the board. And that usually involves the queen. So with the elan, the grace that Wesley just agrees to trade queens, it like confuses us, right? You know, aren't we supposed to be attacking, especially with the move G4? No, I mean, Wesley's done a lot of work on these endings, and
he definitely recognizes the structure.
Yeah, he loves the space, and the move G2, G4 was trying to control the squares, and he's going
I think he really cares about his bathtub structure, because unofficially this is known as bathtub. This pawn formation. So you see here after c takes, obviously e takes is impossible. The knight is hanging after c takes. He keeps the precious pawn structure. But jokes aside, I believe there is a common understanding that you want to have as few pawn islands as possible, because you look at the white's position, you have one island. This is the second island. For black, he has one more. So that's 1, 2, and 3, which might become targets.
Precisely. And by the way, the worst chess book ever written was Pawn Power and Chess by Hans Kamak. And this book tries to give names for every pawn structure there is.
So was the guy in it?
I don't think bathtub was in it, but I actually like bathtub compared to some of the things that he invented. I mean, you know, he mentioned every terrible pawn structure and gave it a name, and it was just sort of like, kill me. The guy was so off the mark. but I hadn't heard bathtub before.
Right.
And so it's always fun doing commentaries with our. This has been our first, right? So I pick up some new terms. So
I mean,
when
I just learned it this year, to be honest.
when my wife asked me what did you do today, I'm going to say, well, Archers and I took a bath together. You know what?
Right.
To say honest, we took a bath. Okay, we have a bathtub after night. Now Wesley is looking at knight c2, and he's saying, I got to avoid the fork.
Also, rook c8, rook c2 could be an idea. So I'm not really
Exactly.
sure. I feel that, I mean, I see the bar, I see the valuation. By the way, we probably have to mention, so that we are not using engines here, right? Just our pure brain power.
Which is very sad for our audience who are seeing the chess engines evaluation.
Yeah. I see the bar. The bar says 1.4 for white, and actually I'm quite impressed. It's so big. It's so big advantage. Obviously, black is about to suffer because of this weakness on d5. Should it be something like knight f4 g5?
Yes, that is one way. But the other thing is, and I got this from Victor Korchnoi, the pawn on e3 is weak, right? The pawn on e3 is weak because it's a backward pawn on a half-open file. But Victor drilled into my head the following concept. A weakness is only a weakness if it can be attacked. And the crazy part is when you see the move rook b1, please play the move knight c2. And go ahead, Archers, play the move knight c2. So you are attacking the weakness, the pawn on e3. But now, after king f2, you might have regrets that you're going after a pawn weakness that is not a weakness at all. In fact, white's pieces are easily protecting the pawn on e3. If worse comes to worse, the move rook on d1 to d3 can be used. And then the rook on d3 could go to c3 and shame the attacking knight. Conversely, just what you were saying, white is ready to play moves like h4, knight f4, and g5 and attack the pawn on d5, which is really weak and not so easy to defend. So this pawn on e3 has this appearance of weakness until you drill down and you start to say, well, it's not really weak. And white's play, I always liked that when I had a position where all my moves were natural and easy. Right. King f2, h4, knight f4.
These are natural moves.
Easy to play. And black has to start thinking, should I be playing rook c8, rook c7, rook c8, doubling the rooks on the c file? Should I be playing doubling the rooks on the e file? Should I be playing, as you're pointing out, a5? Should I be going a5, rook b8, b5? A lot of different ideas for black, but not every one of them is natural and easy to play. So I'm not surprised that the bar, the engine bar, gives it a big evaluation in white's favor. But
right.
It does feel like black's position's not that bad, but it can become bad in the next 3 moves. And it can be like really bad, like bad to the point where, you know, there's no saving the position.
I think we also need to jump on, check some other games. Otherwise,
Let's do it.
Of course, we would love to check all the United States games.
I would.
Big favorites. You would, I would, but we also need to check what else is happening here. And I think it would be a shame to miss what is happening in India match. And I think we could jump in India playing against Zimbabwe, and they desperately are looking to score a big result in round 1.
Exactly. This also has a kind of bayonet-like features with the move b4, but also a same-ish-like features with the move f2, f3. So
right,
a kind of a mix of.
So bayonet seems to be a hot topic right now, right?
Right.
Already Second game already been played. A5. We talked about this. Not your C5.
No.
No, you suggested C5. Makoto says no, it's not going to happen.
Right.
And knight B3. This is really odd, right? This weakness on C5. White says it's not a big deal because you can always play bishop A3, bishop B4. And if black plays, for example, B6, you still need to reckon with ideas like A5, because in a nutshell, what King's Indian is all about. I mean, white, if we go back from the starting position, so white is supposed to attack at the queen side, expand, gain space, get to some of those weaknesses, and black wants to checkmate the white king. So he goes totally crazy, F5, F4, G5, G4, and somehow there's a mate.
Correct. That's the dream.
That's the dream, anyway.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
And from White's point of view, just as you said, it's easier for White's dream to come true. White is not looking for checkmate on the queen side. No, White is looking simply to open up lines on the queen side. And that usually involves C4, C5, and knight on C3 to B5. So while black's goal is to checkmate white, white's goals are much, much smaller, just opening up a line.
Just smaller. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. And for the moment, too, by the way, in this whole wonderful explanation, the knight on E7 again, you know, this is a mule that's not earning its keep. The knight
I guess black is going to play here something like this: F4, G5, knight G6, G4, and try to make a good use of this knight. Or how do they usually play it? Maybe knight G8 even.
It's too slow. G5, pardon me, F4, G5, G4. It's too slow. You're not going to get there. Probably you should be thinking about bishop H6, bishop E3 check, and bishop to D4 in order to slow white down from knight B5, C5, and captures on D6. Also, I think you were just about to suggest knight G8 to F6. What happened in the game?
I don't think there's any more moves because bishop A3 is the last move. So black is thinking about his choices. I wonder if he still has time to play something like C5. I mean, maybe, but then again, you're probably gonna agree with me because this is where black doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play at a queen side. He doesn't want to create more targets for white. And C5, it's a very responsible move.
Exactly. You will have to analyze en passant. C5, D takes C6, knight takes C6, knight B5 very, very carefully because the pawn on D6 could be how do you say, seized?
Could be paid attention. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so the pawn on D6 is weak. And I think if black would play like C5 and for one move exclude the en passant rule that you couldn't take on C6, he would just play it in a heartbeat because this would essentially kill the counterplay for white at the queen side.
Exactly. And again, you know, the rook would drop back to the A6 square and cover the D6 pawn so that you could play responsibly knight on E7 to G8 and queen H4, and you could give your checkmate very deliberately and carefully. Yes, responsibly.
Very responsible checkmate.
Very nicely done. So once again, a big shout out to our audience. Welcome to chess.com's coverage of the Olympiad. Olympiads are very, very special. And again, having participated in 12 and been a spectator in another 12, I've always enjoyed them so much. And I think that for a lot of countries, it's special just to make the Olympic team. You know, it's just like, yeah, I want to play on the Olympiad. And I was talking to Jeffrey Zhang, a young player from the United States, a very top up-and-coming grandmaster. And it's sort of like, I want to go to the Olympics and I want to play for the United States team. I want to make the Olympics. And the first time I broke through and made my Olympic team, it was very, very special. And so countries all over the world, you're seeing a lot of very bright faces. They're very grateful, I want to say, to be able to make the team. So I think we're ready to make a break.
Yep,
Arthur,
let's make a short break. I think we definitely want to continue following at least one game per top leading players.
Please,
also, probably want to go back to the women's event because this is also happening in parallel. There's so many games. We simply have to choose what to show you. I mean, just don't go anywhere. Make a cup of tea or coffee and see you in a couple of minutes.
I'll do it.
Okay, we're ready for a small press conference.
It is something that has never happened anywhere in the world before. To have correctional facilities all around the world playing at once in a chess tournament.
Armenia is very proud to participate in this tremendous event. It will be an honor for us to be part of any of your future undertakings.
Last year, we organized the first international intercontinental online championship for prisoners. It was 31 countries participating, 40 teams, 5 female teams.
I know, without naming the country, that some maximum security facilities where prisoners could not be more than one in a room.
Before I met him, I would never thought people do that. I think, yeah, it's chess competitions, but all over the world, online, throughout the jails, playing against each other, that's a whole different thing. Like, he opened that up.
There was an incredible level of anxiousness that was neat, that reminded you of how athletes would be before the big game, before the kickoff.
India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Led by the best player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen leads a squad looking to change all that. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, Dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let the games begin.
Namaste. We are back from the 44th World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Yasser Servan, I'm Arthur Nexans. We're your host today. Round 1 has already been ongoing for, how much is it, 1 or 2 hours? A lot of action.
Wonderful.
And I think this is a good moment, Yasser, to jump into the ladies section and check what's been going on there.
Well, after that wonderful profile featuring Anna Muzichuk, let's see if we can bring up Anna's games.
Yeah, let's do that. And
Okay.
Anna Muzichuk is obviously one of the strongest female players in the world, representing Team Ukraine. Here, she's playing against Jesse February, a fellow Chess.com streamer, who is representing South Africa in the event. And the bar says, well, sorry, Jesse, things are not going your way. And
Nope.
Anna is about to score, according to the bar, at least a victory. At least visually, it doesn't seem so bad for Black, but maybe it's just extra pawn.
Yeah, at this moment, the knight on c4 makes such a a nice
Wonderful
visual,
impression,
right?
right?
Yeah, doesn't it though? A real visual, I must say. Funnily enough, the I see the camera tilting up. It wasn't so easy to get a good idea of the game. I was looking from the camera point of view as opposed to the two-dimensional look. And again, a big shout out to our audience. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going through our day 1, and of course, in the first day, finding our rhythm and our form and going. What's your take, Arturs, of this position?
I mean, White, I sort of borrowed my evaluation from the bar. I mean, I cannot I cannot really think that I don't see it. I see White has an extra pawn, the knight on b6, knight on d7 is incoming. I'm just curious, Yasser, how it happens really. So maybe we can do it like very quickly, jumping through the moves and enjoying the power show by Anna Muzichuk. This is how you outplay your opponents right after the opening?
Rubinstein, French, there's early trades on e4, and Akiva Rubinstein was really famous for trying to neutralize White's opening advantage here. So, okay,
right.
c5.
Actually, Black appears to be doing fine. Okay, knight b6. I think, Yasser, you also saw this move, like, oh, what is that? I mean, the knight on b6. I mean, what's it doing there?
Yeah, the problem is, I think that Black was facing knight e5 and queen a4 check.
Oh, right.
So that was, the desirable knight f6 would allow this type of action, and Victor Korchnoi would describe it as unpleasant sensations.
This should be pretty bad for black, right? Bishop C2.
Exactly.
Check, King F1, Rook D1. Oh my goodness, this pen is killing.
Unpleasant sensations. And that was where the move Knight B6 came from.
Right. I mean, Knight B6, I think normally you don't want to make, because in the perspective, if White is going to play something like B3, create this pawn chain at the queen side, the knight on B6 has no prospects.
Exactly. The knight will be offsides.
Right. Okay. I think I jumped a bit too far. I have to go back again. And we left it here. Yeah. Rook C1, Rook C8. Take it.
Okay.
B4. And C5. So, yes, sir. I mean, White is back at the idea to play knight E5 and queen A4.
She sure is. And again, we've already determined that that could be a very upsetting series for black. How did she respond?
Knight E5 here, queen A4 check. I guess here, instead of queen C7, queen B5 was not very good. You normally want to play this, but then after A4, this is what we call helpmate, or I'm not sure how you
trap.
help trap. I mean, you trap the queen, it's nowhere to go, really, right?
Yeah. Oops. And net it.
That's an oopsie.
Yes.
Check. And knight E3. And White just claims a better position. The king is weak. G6 gonna be played. There's gonna be bishop H6 check, and black decided to give up a pawn.
I'm not happy with that decision of black to give up the already, it's sort of like your king, you've lost the right to castle. So there's something a little bit trashy about your position. But, a trashy position where you can somehow bob and weave and cover up. So let's imagine black had played the move A7, A6 for just a second, and then white plays castles. And you play G5. Just crazy
G5.
move.
Oh, that's
G5.
very aggressive.
Very aggressive. You stop bishop H6. And you suffer.
and then you suffer.
And then you suffer. And that's okay. And you suffer okay. But when you suffer and
without
you're not material down, it's a different type of suffering, right?
You actually took the words out of my mouth. This is it's a different kind of suffering.
Right. But when you have a bad position and your material down, then you feel like your opponent has material advantage and the compensation, and it's kind of hard to fight back from that. So I'm not sure I like black's decision to just toss away the A7 pawn. That's a useful pawn.
Yeah, definitely. Also for Anna, this was a good choice to take the pawn, go back, because now she has the pawn, a healthy position. He has the pawn and the compensation, like you said it.
Yes.
Queen B3. The king is still not feeling safe.
Right.
Rook D1. Just normal moves.
Yep. Yeah.
Knight F4 maybe was not the best decision, because G3, some love for the king. Knight C4, and now Jesse's thinking. I also look at the clock. I mean, Anna is not spending too much time here, because to remind you the time control of the tournament, they get 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then they get extra 30 minutes after move 40, plus additional 30 seconds per every made move.
Yeah, every move you get that 30-second increment. And, also I'm looking this position and I'm saying, oh, wow, white's really, I don't want to, heap the praise on white's play or something like that. But what I do see is knight B6, knight D7 check, followed by queen G8, and catastrophe is going on here.
Let's just show some sample lie. Let's say black goes totally aggro at the king side.
Yeah.
Okay, something like rook, I say C6, which is not good, but I just want to prove my big point here.
Yeah.
And this is how it could end.
That's the catastrophe, yes. So again, white's with the pawn and the initiative, and that's really enough for Anna. She's such a powerful player in the women's game, and she's been doing it. I want to say her and her sister, actually, Maria, have been doing it for 15 years. I mean, she's got this game in the hand already, even though it's still early. It looks overwhelming.
What do you think, Yasser? We move on. We check
Yes, please.
perhaps Konaru's game, because she is the top board today for Team India against Nadezhda Antonova. Team Tajikistan has a very tough task trying to stop the top seed India, which has gathered such an impressive lineup, as you already saw it before.
Absolutely. One of the things, I actually got a chance to meet Konaru for the first time at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. And I got a chance to talk to her and ask her, what's it like being a top women's player and playing in India and all the rest. And I must say, I was really stunned by a lot of the answers that she gave me. I would not have expected her answers in any way, shape, or form. First of all, I find her style to be one of maturity, showing a great understanding and strategic play. And in fact, she's such a good strategic player, she very oftentimes does not play tactically because she wins so easily her game. She has this great, I want to say, mature style. So I said, hey, who taught you to play like that? She said, my dad.
Oh.
And I went, what? She goes, my dad. And I go, oh, wow, is your dad like a grandmaster I am or something? No, he's just my dad.
Oh,
like, okay. So, and who's your trainer? Did you get a chance to work with Vishy Anand or Hare Krishna or any of these really, really great grandmasters from India that you have? No, I never worked with a coach ever.
Okay.
I was getting shut down on everything I was asking her.
It's quite an interesting topic because India, obviously everybody knows those great players in the younger generation like Gukesh and Prague and Erigaisi, but they have also wonderful coaches, right? And probably one of the best coach in the world is Ramesh RB, right?
Yes.
And he has been preparing many young talents, so it's just impressive. And this is what we don't see every day. We see obviously those big names who are scoring those big results, but we don't see people who are making it happen.
Exactly. Well, what I wanted to say in Humpi's case was this idea that she really was on her own. The All India Chess Federation, they've got so many challenges in India, they've got so many talents, and there's so many ways that they want to improve themselves. It's not been easy for the women's game in India. And, Tanya and Humpi, for the most part, have fought and made their way, I hate to say it, individually. Not a great reservoir of support for the top ladies, including Humpi. And I was just really surprised because sometimes I think we in the West take it for granted that countries like China or India will have some government agency, writing a nice check, and you get all of the training and support that you could possibly want. And it's just simply not true. That it's tough. It's
tough being a professional. Yeah. Especially for ladies. So it's absolutely.
Especially for ladies. Yes.
Right. So let's maybe check very quickly. How did they get to this position? I think it was some kind of Italian game. It was, right?
Yeah. Everybody plays the Gioco piano these days.
I think we have to thank Vladimir Kramnik for that, right? He should be feeling a bit responsible. He was the one who came up with this Berlin in the Ray Lopez.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he has a very, very bad karma, and he will be punished.
So, I mean, those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Vladimir Kramnik in his year 2000 World Championship match against Garry Kasparov, he unleashed the beast, which is the Berlin system against Ray Lopez, and it proved to be a tough nut to crack for the now formidable champion Garry Kasparov. And ever since, it's become so popular that people started even to avoid it. And Italian game is one of the reasons, one of the solutions.
And Vishy Anand himself said that one of the things he learned, as a beginning player, was the Italians. Like all of the Italian Open, the Scholastics player all learned to play the Italian, and then somehow in the year 2000 onwards, a lot of the top players discovered that, well, far from being played out, the Italian system offered a lot of subtlety and nuance that was unexpected.
Right, indeed. And this d5, it's a bit more aggressive continuation.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive, right? So White is laying his eyes on the pawn on e5, which is actually not so easy to defend, because think about moves like rook e8, which might seem the natural response. Oops, there's suddenly d4, and you cannot take it because the knight on d5 is now bye-bye. It's gone.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that.
Right.
So bishop g4 is necessary.
And then also, if you end up playing a system with f7, f6, well, you have to be very careful with f6 as well, because look at what you're doing to the diagonal. Oops. You're making moves like b4 and queen b3 very, very attractive. So,
indeed. Yeah, that looks very, very scary. I think I would be very scared to play that. I think from the Italian player's perspective, f6 sometimes is played when black plays king h8. And then he does play f6, and d4 is not so scary anymore.
Right. And I've seen a lot of black players in this position playing the move knight b6 and offering the pawn in a way, and bishop g4. Yeah, and this is what has happened, bishop g4 included.
Yep. So, yeah, again, I think there's a couple of continuations here. I seem to recall this idea of bishop b3, bishop c2, sacrifice the pawn on d3.
Right.
But, yeah, knight e4 was played.
Right.
All right. f5, I guess, is incoming.
Yeah, being telegraphed, if you will. Yeah.
Right, so knight g3, I mean, it's all about the f5 push, so White is getting ready for that. I guess immediately f5 is a bit risky. Yeah, h3, this bishop is something you don't want to give up, this powerful light square bishop, because then the pawn on f5 is weak, and g6, you have bishop h6 issues. This is just not how you want to play it.
No, not at all.
And not at all. So rook e3, knight h4. Oh, look at that.
Knight h4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit of a head scratcher.
So it's like, let's play a draw. I'm like, no, let's continue. Queen d8, of course.
No. Queen went back to d8.
Yep.
What? Okay.
Yeah, queen went, and h3. This is what's on the board.
Well, somehow in that whole series of back and forth moves, I think White came out with the upper hand. As she got in her first, hit to the bishop and trying to drive the bishop to a lesser square.
Actually, I like White's position here, Yasser. I look at this. For example, bishop d7, there could be even something like d4, and suddenly all of White's pieces look really good, targeting the black king here.
That's precisely the type of move I would be very attracted to as well. Also, to my way of thinking, the knight on g3 kind of did its job. Its job was to break the pin of the bishop on g4. Like, you didn't want to play h3 and allow the bishop to go back to h5 and maybe to g6, where it would pressure the pawn on d3. But now that the bishop is going to go to the lesser square d7, I'm thinking that I want to play d4 like you suggested, Arturas. I think that's a very good move. But I also want to play knight e4 takes d6 and d4 as well. So if I could get in those two ideas of knight e4 and take that bishop and play d4, I think White is definitely for choice.
Yeah, I think we also probably have to go back to the open section, because
I'm being told Aronian is in some trouble. Wow,
trouble.
That was the exchange
Aronian?
sacrifice. that was the exchange sacrifice that we were both praising. Let's see.
All right. So
Levon
apparently
did something wrong.
it's not so simple for him. Is this trouble? Nah. Is it really trouble? It's just maybe the bar slightly doesn't like it.
I think somebody's been paying too much attention to the bar. When we left it, I'm gonna say, wait a minute. Okay, we left it about these parts right here. We kind of, I was warm to Black's position. What did Levon do that we can be critical? We can criticize.
He obviously was concerned about the move d4, right? For example, I mean, what do? If you play something like f5, you go for the king set attack, you need to properly evaluate what happens after d4, because I think the strategy, the structure of this position is that White is really interested into trading queens. So Aronian decided to put the queen on d6, I guess, with the idea to meet d4 with e4. I guess something like this. d4, c takes, e4. This must have been
on his agenda.
Yeah, his agenda. Suddenly queen a4 happened. And queen b8, b4. Look at that. Really interesting play by David Silva here for White. He's seeking.
When we left, I said that one of the things that White is eager to do is open up a file for the rook. And we were looking at, I said that White actually had 3 breaks, if you remember.
About
F4, D4, and B4. And if White doesn't get in any of these breaks, he's the one who's going to be on the back foot. He won't have any active play. So it's nice to see the move B4, but I'm troubled by the decision to play queen d6. If we could go back to that position just before, I mean, to my mind, and again, I think every player should do this. Every player should be thinking strategically at all times, even when there are tactics, because tactics are like the watchdogs of strategy, right? And what I mean by thinking strategically is you ask yourself, you ask your pieces, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Is everybody happy? You ask your bishop on d7, you're happy, you're happy. To my way of thinking, the knight on h5 is the one piece that's not happy. If I could transfer the knight magically to the square f5, yeah, then the knight would be, yeah, I'm feeling good. So why didn't Levon play knight g3?
Maybe it's something to do with the same idea of b4. Perhaps we slightly focus too much on the move d4. Maybe it's the b4 idea. Again, White is insisting on the queen trade. And for example, something like this. No, it's not really clear if Black is enjoying his pawn for the exchange because the position opens and this pawn chain on the king side, you know, perhaps it doesn't really play a big role.
If we just continue 1 or 2 more moves, so we go knight f5, for example.
All right.
We've achieved our redeployment of the knight to f5, and rook to d8. So there is a peshki on the half-open d file that we want to tenderize. I must, by the way, in case the move rook c1 ever occurs, right? I was thinking that the bishop might end up on the a4 square. I don't know. It seems a little bit peculiar.
Yeah, the bar also thinks so. It's very, very peculiar.
Yeah, but what I was going on in my mind was I was thinking that in a real ideal world, if I could ever keep my bishop on a4 and play rook takes d3, the combination of my rook and my bishop would dominate the knight on a3. So that was maybe a little bit of a strategic overreach, but that was the plan that I was counting on.
Well, I guess
that wasn't what Levon did. What Levon did was very different from where I was heading with the knight.
Right, so he placed the queen on b8, I guess, as far away from a potential trade as possible, because one of the unique capabilities of the queen on b8 is just White simply cannot trade the queen because it just runs away.
Right.
And after, b4, queen b4, rook e8. I have a feeling that it's White who is dictating the pace here because, I mean, look at this. pawn chain, it's just not moving forward, right?
Yeah, a little bit. For sure, those pawns aren't going. And it really feels like Black, on the other hand, really needs to improve his piece play in a number of ways. Knight went back to f6.
This is not what you play out of good life, I guess.
Right. Well, the idea is to just say you don't play c5, knight d5 would be marvelous from Black's point of view. So knight f6 is a kind of a defensive reaction. It's trying to stop.
Maybe he didn't have the time for f5. There must be something he didn't like, because I imagine you want to play f5, knight f6, and then play e4 to open up this guy here on b7, right, so that he can create some targets. And I guess Levon just evaluated, okay, f5 is just too slow. So I can only guess what was the reason. It must be c5. c5 tried to get here knight c4.
I agree. I think that was indeed the whole concept that Levon did not want to allow. And that's, yeah.
And now this knight f6 actually stops c5 because you have now knight e5.
Exactly.
And now you get this bishop here, and you have a complete control. You have, what do you call it, total domination of bishops, because white we have no bishops, you have two.
Exactly. By the way, that what for me was very interesting is Robert James Fisher, Bobby Fisher, called winning the two bishops a minor exchange.
A minor exchange?
Yes. So you have the idea that I sacrifice a rook for a minor piece, and you win the minor exchange. So after knight b5, what happened next?
Yeah, after knight b5, knight e7. So this knight is rerouted somewhere to queen's side. Yeah, right. a4, a5, queen b1, king g8. Okay, this already actually spells trouble for Aronian, because, I mean, when you sacrifice an exchange like that on the exchange for a pawn, and then you have to play at some point later moves like knight f6, knight e7, king g8. This was not the original plan for Levon, so he has to change something here.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, we'll jump, if you don't mind, Arturs. Let's jump to Norway for a second. And again, yes, we're very, very aware that Magnus Carlsen is taking a rest for his first game. And we'll jump to the game between Faisal and Johann Sebastian.
Wow, is this an upset in the making? Just a second. I see the bars completely up.
Like,
and
white is, whoa.
And then it drops. Then it drops again.
It did not, but it said that this was the moment that white could really hit home, likely with some very aggressive move of bishop b5 and queen c3. Those two moves, bishop b5, queen c3, and even, yeah, this is really getting scary.
Yeah, how do you remove this knight at all, right?
Right.
And the pawn on c7 is oopsie days incoming. The pawn f4 is not going anywhere. There's a pressure.
Right. Yeah, I'm really feeling like the tactics are very favorable.
How did this actually happen? We have to check really. This is how you play against strong grandmasters.
Mm-hmm.
So take notes.
By the way, that
e6 b3.
Yeah, that position with the finishing position, almost like a Fischer random game. There's a white queen on e1 and a white king on b1. So like somebody did a Fischer random.
Yeah, it's quite odd, right? Indeed.
Right. Why is the queen on e1? I mean, king on b1, I kind of get, but all right. Let's how did we get here? B3
yeah, so b3, odd move. I mean,
okay.
We just observe and enjoy it. Yes, so that was a pawn sacrifice, knight c3. I guess f5 is risky, right? You just sacrifice pawn like this.
Yeah, they're very happy to sacrifice pawns this way.
Right.
Yeah, knight f6, queen e2. And I remember this was going on in a Predrag Nikolic game. I want to say Predrag great player from Bosnia, now living in, well, many years already in Holland, liked the French, and people were doing crazy things against his French, and he would play this position as black, and white was getting in these moves G4 as well. Once the knight goes to F6, you know.
So G4 is still incoming, you're saying?
It's incoming, yeah.
Okay.
So if you, for example, played a move like bishop E7, white's idea is not to play knight takes E4 and to allow trades, and black has a very easy game in those cases. But the move G4 and bishop G2 and H4, just as you're showing, Artur, and it's a very interesting. Yeah, exactly. Have some fun.
Which begs the question: why I'm not playing it myself with white?
you never get a chance to attack these guys. Trust me, Artur. They won't let you do this. They won't let you get away with it. So what happened after knight C6? How did it go?
So knight C6 was played. It makes perfect sense to attack the queen.
Sure.
Long toss, knight E4, queen E1. This is how the queen got on E1, by the way.
Okay, that explains that
Bishop
one.
E7. Oh, look at that. I mean, he's not taking the pawn, so clearly he's playing according to what you recommended. I mean, except of G4, opening the position.
Yeah.
Brilliant sacrifice. I like it.
Okay.
I guess the idea was that this is risky. You look at this development here for white. This knight on D4 is a major target, and the king is going to be visited very soon.
Yeah, for example, if you go castles, knight F3, knight takes F3, G takes F3. I'm a pawn down as white, but I'm feeling like I'm the one with the initiative. I'm going to play rook G1, the bishop on B2. Keep in mind, of course, bishop takes D3 check, the old discovered check sacrifice to win the queen for rook and bishop.
Right.
This is black on the back foot.
Indeed. That looks very good.
So what happened instead?
Yeah, so E5 was played here. Christensen decided to sacrifice the pawn because this is what the experienced players do. They feel that, I mean, my opponent has prepared something nasty against me. I have to get out of here, right? I have to secure this knight on D4, take the pawn back, just let me live.
Yeah.
This is what happened. D takes 97, but white says, no, I'm going to continue. F4.
Now that move I really like. That is... as they say, going for the gold. I mean, that's a very nice move. You want to undermine the knight on D4, and you want to play knight F3, queen G3, and as the Brits would say, get the bits out.
Yeah, so far, this is really impressive stuff. I mean, look at this, knight E5, knight F3, and king B1. I mean, is this a move which would jump to your attention, Yasser?
It would.
Really?
Seriously, it would. Because I'm a pawn grubber. I'm an old guy, and I like protecting my pieces and my pawns. And the move knight takes F4 is a kind of a move I always find attractive because that gives me the G3 square. But then I see a move like bishop G5, and I find myself compelled to play queen G3 and king B1 in those cases. So the move king B1 I would find attractive, but in this particular position, I probably would not play it because I'm feeling that with the king on C1, I want to stoke the fire. So if you put the king back on C1 for just a moment, the moves that I would find attractive are immediately bishop C4, immediately bishop B5.
Oh, that looks too good.
Yeah, and if you're not, I like that people think of me as a positional player. So I try to frighten them, and I would say the move I find most attractive is G3.
And G3. Oh, wow.
G3.
Open the G file, for example.
Open the G file, and then people start to think of me as a tactician.
And then you finish them off in a rook endgame, right?
Yeah, exactly. And always I'm looking for the extra pawn in the rook pawn. Correct.
Right.
So I like to sacrifice your pieces, the pieces of the Norwegian team.
Yeah, I definitely I can relate to that, Yasser, because I also love to sacrifice everybody else's pieces but mine.
Exactly.
So it feels really good.
Really good.
Really good.
So what
this
happened?
looks like a
KV1?
big result here could be making.
Okay, but now I look at this position after the move bishop f6 and I go, gosh, if e4, e5 does not work for black, it's like black is going to get this incredible sense of relief if he could trade the dark squared bishops. It would be like, oh, my worst nightmare is that I was going to get checkmated on the g7 square. So this move, if bishop f6, if black gets away with bishop f6 without losing material, and if e4, e5 doesn't work for white, then it's sort of like I lost a lot of the power, the oomph I had at the position.
But yes, sir, am I getting the clock right? I do see 11 minutes for black here, so clearly he was not comfortable with the position.
No,
and that's only move 15.
Yep.
So he's in a lot of trouble here. So he needs to make something like 25 moves still. And e5, by the way, is on the board. Bishop e5, and the bar says up immediately.
Well, again, we were just talking about the bishop versus the knight, and the 3.5 for the bishop, the 3 for the knight, if you will. I see that bishop on e5. I'm playing knight takes e5 in a nanosecond.
Nanosecond. All right. Knight e5.
And I'm just saying, like, okay, what comes next?
Bishop e5 should be right.
Well, should
no?
it be?
Oh, Bar doesn't like it though. This is a very brilliant point.
Yeah, oh, that is a brilliant point indeed. I was afraid that if I go bishop takes e5, something scary like, yeah, queen g5 or queen e7. No, maybe queen e, or maybe f6. No, f6 is a mate. That's beautiful. F6, bishop c4 is a
I show my puzzle solving skills immediately.
Bravo, bravo. By the way, I love Puzzle Rush. I like Puzzle Survival is my favorite of them. But okay, that's a nice checkmate. But I would play knight takes e5, knight takes e5, and maybe here moves like queen g3. I find that move really attractive. I'm starting to think that, you know, I'm crashing through with a knight h5 business on g7, and it's not easy to there's this nasty pin on the d file. Go ahead, put queen g3 just on the board for just a second.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. Queen g3.
And I'm saying, okay, if you were black, what's the first move that comes into your mind? Every grandmaster in the world hates, with an exclamation, hates to be in a pin. We just hate it. We know it's not good. It's not a healthy situation. So we're always trying to get out of any pins, whether we play h6 and g5, or in this case, we move our queen. But if we move our queen to e7 or f6, we're inviting knight d5.
That's another pin, another issue here in c7. Yeah,
exactly.
Incredibly annoying.
And we start to think that we're just getting killed. The pieces are coming up way too fast. So if we can't immediately solve a pin, we understand that white's pressure is really overwhelming. By the way, I'm looking at the webcam, and it's nice to see. Again, I think that the playing hall, that looks like one of the nicest playing halls I've ever seen. And I remember in Moscow in 1994, I was playing on plastic chairs that looked exactly what you would put on your back porch.
Right, but these are not plastic chairs, right?
These are looking like really nice, I won't say executive chairs, but they look like they've got good comfort.
I think we could see an upset here, like many other games.
Sure.
What do you think, Yasser? We continue to browse through more
Please.
games. I see
Please.
there's another interesting game which is being played right now in Jordan Van Forest's game with the black color against Mansour Sarim.
Let's
And
do it.
here, what is this?
Well, just
Black has an extra piece, right?
just counting.
I mean, there's the saying, right? Sort of a joke. In my grandmaster's opinion, right? Black has an extra piece.
Yes. That was very famous from a Soviet journalist. How did he write an article? It was an adjournment, and it was like, say, Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2 adjournment. And the Soviet journalist was writing, in the opinion of Grandmaster Michael Botvinnik, white is a pawn up.
Brilliant.
So in
That
the
sums it
opinion
up.
of archers, black is a piece ahead.
Black is a piece again. He's doing great.
Indeed he is. Right, but okay, now that we're here, how
do you get the piece up?
Exactly.
This is what really makes me wonder always. How do you get these great positions?
A piece up.
So
And why doesn't
Jordan
it
is going to
happen?
show us.
And why doesn't it happen more often in my games?
Look at that. I mean, C5 very aggressive, some sort of what do you call it? Benko structure, C5, B5,
Yeah,
B5.
Benko,
I'm not sure what this is really. Maybe Benko, Benoni. All right.
with this early E3. By the way, Verusian Akopian, a very strong player in the United States, loves these bishop G5 E3 systems against both the Grunfeld and the King's Indian, and he's had a remarkably good career. So, yeah, I'm used to seeing it when I play Blitz against VAR.
All right. C5, bishop E2, G5. So black lanes, I'm going to get your dark swept bishop. The position is going to open, and this is exactly what happened. D takes, knight G3, D takes, and I guess black already is pretty happy. There's some prospects to utilize this bishop for good.
Except there's some awfully weak light squares. Knight takes G5 is suddenly on tap.
That is a brilliant point I was about to bring up.
I see that you had already, how do you say, highlighted knight G5.
Yeah, there's some issues here, obviously.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why black defends a pawn on G5 with a queen.
Okay, always when you make such a move as E7, E6, you should hear the cries being made by the bishop on C8. The bishop on C8 says, "Coach,
what are you doing there, right? You missed some loft."
Yeah. What's my role in the game? Okay, E6. What happened next?
E6, knight E2. So I guess white is going for some aggressive F4.
Okay. So then this doesn't make sense what white did. I apologize. Go back for a moment.
Sure.
Okay. So when you make the move knight to D2, exactly here, exactly now, it's obvious you want to castle long. You want to castle long so that your knight can then, the rook on D1 can hit the queen. Yeah, otherwise you don't play knight D2. In this position with the knight on F3, you would play rook H5. Why would you play rook H5? You play rook H5 because you want to double the rooks.
Right.
But no, you really want to take the pawn. You want to double the rooks and you really want to play knight takes G5. So if you could ever get black to play the move F7, F6, well, that would be hopeless. I mean, you're just waking too many. You're inviting queen G6 and rook H6 and God knows all kinds of horrible things it's going to be a horrible fate. So you play rook H5 with the idea of encouraging G4. So if you could go back for just a second, Archer, play G4. Now you play knight D2 and everything that white is doing starts to make sense. You're ready to castle long, you're ready to double rooks, you're ready to play rook c5 and bishop g4.
Oh, you saw pawn on c5.
Yeah. So you're ready for this. But you start with the move rook h5 with the idea of castling long. When white played knight e4 without castling, then something's wrong. Then he's not, I don't follow the logic.
So clearly for white now it's going to be quite difficult to bring the other rook in the attack.
Precisely.
f4, king f2 maybe.
Yeah.
So this is how the game actually progressed. Okay, this is something else. That's a long route for the knight, right? Once again, knight e2, knight e4, g3, knight g3, knight h5. Black just plays one move.
Bishop h8. There it goes. The quarry escapes.
Right. Queen b1, bishop g7, a3, queen e4, and bishop d3. He run into f5. So clearly he anticipated knight b4 with queen h7 check. What he missed is intermezzo move.
Beauty.
No. Yeah.
He was forced to sacrifice the piece. He has missed this nice move f5. Changes completely the tactics.
Right. So this was played, so he got no choice really. So he actually blundered this. Queen h7, now long castle, but now it's too late, I guess.
Exactly.
Well, all right. So Jordan looks really in a great shape to win the game. I guess what you're supposed to do in these positions when you feel that your material advantage should be sufficient to win the game, this is what we call the simplification. You simplify.
Yes, exactly.
Trade.
It's been working for 1600 years.
And it still works. It still works. Trade, queens, rooks, trade.
Right. And as wonderful as it is to praise the organizers, and it is very wonderful, I saw in that profile that was created, India invented the game of chess. Not true. India invented the game of chaturanga, which was the precursor of the game of chess. In fact, chess, as we know, has been in a state of evolution. And it wasn't like India invented the modern game of chess and has been played for 1600 years, but the game of chaturanga changed en passant, like what we've mentioned. That was the queens, the bishops were all very different from the original game of chaturanga. So it would have been better for the profile to say the Indians invented chaturanga. You know, the seeds of the modern game of chess were developed in India.
Right. All right. Yeah, so I think let's continue browsing through more games, and there is a very exciting game by the Eternal Fire on the board, Alexei Shirov, my former countryman, who now plays for Spain, and he has managed to conjure something amazing, and this really brings me some memories. Where have I seen this before?
Right. Feels like a piece sacrifice in some super sharp Sicilian, but I'm used to seeing a pawn on a6. So now I'm confused. How did we get here?
Yeah, let's just check that. Okay.
How did we get here?
So it's some sort of a Philidor.
Philidor.
G4, look at that. Yeah, this is how you sacrifice a pawn right here.
Aha. Very nice.
So white says, I don't care about the pawn. I'm going to activate my rook G1. Open the G file. Obviously, long castle is in the cards. Knight f6, bishop c4. Obviously, this is theory, so that you're not confused. Knight g5 ideas start to appear. And black has some issues, you know. Defend his pawn on g7. Easier said than done.
Yes, exactly so. For Philidor defense players, I think the move g4 should be met by h7, h6, and not knight takes g4. I think knight takes g4 is just asking for trouble as black.
Well, he got it.
he got a world of trouble.
He was asking for it. He got it. But yeah, I think you're right. h6, maybe it's more modest continuation. However, then again, you look at this position after moves like rook g1, and the question is, how exactly do you want to meet white's continuation of bishop e3, queen d2 long castle, because if you're going to try to hide your monarch at the king side, hello there, there's g5.
It's not going to work very well, but I mean, they have developed systems for black against rook g1, which involve early captures on d4, followed by knight to c5. And they try to slow white down by saying, protect your pawn on e4. You know, these types of things. I meant with the inclusion of h6 and rook g1.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I meant h6, rook g1. You take, and you go knight c5. And now it's a little awkward for you to play bishop to g2. Well, you know, you just put your rook on g1, and so on and so on. But let's see what happened in the game, because knight takes g4 maybe allows Alexei an opportunity to strut his stuff.
Yeah, he knows absolutely he's best how to play these sharp positions, because Alexei is widely regarded as one of the most creative and sharpest players in the circuit.
Yep.
Queen d3, b5. Actually, you know, I was already looking here at some potential sacrifice on b5. Maybe not just.
You know your Paul Morphy.
Yeah. You know, yeah, exactly. I was looking at this and I was thinking, is this Morpheus game or what is this? Right?
Exactly.
This is modern 21st century game of Alexei Shirov. Okay.
Yeah, the opera game, as it is known in America.
Right, the opera game. Right.
Yes.
Okay, bishop a6, knight e2. The bar says it's completely equal, nothing to see here.
Wow.
Yeah, c5.
That's
asking for c4.
That's what's also very offensive to me about the chess computers today, or ever since, is you get some position like this. Like, this is crazy position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, material imbalance, the king's in the center, my gosh, white's king is under pressure, and it goes 0, 0, 0, 0. And like, you go, no, this is the sharpest position under the sun. I don't know what's going on. And then the computer gives you this evaluation that you think
I think actually the engines sometimes take the easy way out. They just find some kind of a perpetual check or something, repetition. They just like, hey, listen, people, you just figure out yourselves.
Right. I'm tired.
I'm tired. I don't understand this. That's why it's equal. Well, I mean, you show this to a chess player, and it's obviously, wow, this is so sharp, right?
It's
because
crazy.
black cannot develop the bishop. There's going to be rook takes on g7, and c5, c4 was a big idea. Apparently, okay, the bar says, no, black is slightly better. Go figure.
Right. I feel like I'm offended. Crazy.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Okay. In these
You
positions,
did not trade the bishops. I guess there were some issues with knight c7 check at some point.
right? But
And if
every tempo is so critical. I would think that this was the right decision, is to trade down and go queen b4.
You know, if I would play against Shirov here, I would love to trade all the pieces. So
Yes.
it's lacking them to
Right.
attack me. So,
Exactly.
and keeping them on the board, this is dangerous thing, because he knows perfectly how to make good work of them. And bishop b7 keeps those pieces on the board.
Mhm.
Bishop d2, queen c5, bishop b4, queen c8. This is what's happening right now. You know, I don't know, Yasser, what is this, but it's asking for some direct shots in the center.
Agreed.
I'm not sure how do you do that.
Right. And then I'm starting, I think, with the move bishop a5, because what I'm really thinking, I'm one of those very strange players where when I totally misjudge a position and I put all my pieces on really, really profoundly stupid squares, I try to justify my decision. So the queen on f1 is incredibly stupid. Like, why is my queen on f1? Why isn't it on f5 or b3 or
b3?
a4?
Yeah, I love it on b3.
Yeah. So, I understand why the queen is on f1. The queen is on f1 because I want to play f4. Yes, I see it now. The vision is clear. If I play f4 and I open up the f file, I'm a genius. But wait a minute, I don't want to suffer the consequences of bishop takes d5 and bishop takes b4. So I'll play bishop a5, try to gain a tempo so I can play f4. So I think if I'm in Alexi's shoes, I've got f4 on my brain as well as knight c7 checks, and I'm trying to. But now I think black should also be trying to trade the pieces too, right? On d5 square. And this is double-edged. What is the current position?
This is the current position. By the way, dear viewers, we are from time to time checking what you're saying there in the chat.
Yes.
Appreciate all the good words, all your insights. This is the live position, and I think it has definitely a big potential to go completely nuts. And I'm thinking I could even consider something like f4. Of course, Bar hates it, but the idea was something like bishop b4, rook g7, and just throw everything. Just throw everything at black. Maybe not like this, but you get the point.
Oh, definitely. I more than understand exactly your motivation to get such things on the board, because first of all, it's always a lot of fun to sacrifice other people's
very good point.
Pieces. And one of my favorite quotes, I have a lot of favorite quotes, but one of my favorite quotes was one from your countryman, Michael Tal. And Tal was asked to explain, he was no longer world champion. He won the world championship in 1960 against Michael Vidit and lost the return match. And he said, the interviewer asked Tal something along the lines of like, are you upset or sad that you're no longer world champion? He said, no. On the contrary, my losing the world championship was fantastic. What? Yes. Now the Soviet children could all go back to learning how to protect and to defend their pawns and pieces instead of learning how to sacrifice them. And I had this vision of like 200 million children in the world going, oh, I'm so happy I don't have to sacrifice anymore.
Right. But actually, Yasser, I think, was it in that interview or a different interview? He also said he is not very upset because now he's the youngest ex-world champion.
Ever. Yes.
Yeah, at least at the time.
And he also said that being the ex-world champion is one of the best titles you can have because you can never lose it.
It stays.
There's
no effort to keep it.
Yeah. Another great quote, again, one of my absolute favorites, was from Viswanathan Anand, Vishy. Vishy's doing an interview for an Indian journalist. And the journalist says, Mr. Anand, what is it like to be the world chess champion? And Vishy says, oh, it's a very good question. Every day, I feel like a sportsman. Some days, I feel like a scientist. Some days, I feel like an artist. And some days I feel like an idiot. And I just thought, that's it. That's right. What it's like to be world champion. Every day you feel like a sportsman.
Actually, Yasser, I had a chance to talk with Vishy a couple of weeks ago because I was doing commentary for the Chess Festival, and Vishy was one of the honorable guests in the studio. And also he answered some of the burning questions about, for example, Magnus's probable decision. It was at the time not to defend his world championship cycle, and he said I can relate to that. I can understand it because it's very tough. It's tough to keep this job, right? So it's tough being a world champion.
Yeah, I relate to that too. Except I come from a different period of time. I started playing chess in 1972. I was the Bobby Fischer boom generation, if you will. And by the time I was in my 20s and 30s, being a chess professional was not difficult in the world of chess. It was impossible as a Westerner. And most of my colleagues who were professionals were actually writers. They wrote books, or they, like in the case of Robert Byrne, he was a candidate for the world champion, but it was actually his New York Times column that paid the bills. So it was very, very tough to be a chess professional in the West. And the idea of playing a 2 million euro match would have been just like a godsend. Like, I agree. I want to be in the finals playing a 2 million euro chess match. And every chess professional in the West would have immediately agreed. And today it's a different day that Magnus Carlsen can say, hey, look, it's too much stress. I will decline a 2 million euro match because, it's just hard.
Right, but
like, what?
It's a different age, right? Obviously, with the chess booming online, all those super tournaments, thanks to the COVID, obviously, right?
Yes.
Chess managed to boom online. We have a lot of chess on Twitch. Everybody's following it. We have a lot of streamers. It's a different age. There's a lot of super tournaments. I mean, imagine, Yasser, something like, I don't know, 5 years ago, if someone would tell you, like, Yasser, in 5 years, we're going to have super tournaments online. So you'd probably say, are you crazy?
Yeah,
probably.
No, I mean, for sure. There's no question about it, Archers. And big shout out to the audience who's watching right now as we speak, that we are living, there's no question about it, in a golden period. And the internet and the streaming has made it all possible. I mean, the fact that so many people are watching as we're talking, and the sponsors can see that they're going to be putting more and more resources into chess.
Right.
And today, right now, it's never been so good as now to be a professional. Just it's the best moments, and I personally am very, very, very grateful that such moments exist. And in the United States, the Sinkfield Cup, the U.S. Championships, there's a reason why America is hosting or having the #1 team in the world, because our team is really comprised of professional players. And in a lot of the years before Bobby Fischer, we didn't have a professional team. People were driving taxis, being accountants. Sammy Reshevsky, the great giant of American chess, was a certified public accountant. That was how he paid the bills in his family. And
Right.
today, that people can devote themselves to chess is fantastic. By the way, I see that Alexei did in fact play the move bishop a5.
He's looking for some clarity. I don't think he really cares about this rook on d8. He was more thinking about this check on c7. That's all he cares about.
Exactly.
And Black says, no, you're not going to get it.
You're not going to get the check. Yeah. I want to keep the d file open. So I'm thinking bishop takes d5 will be Alexei's response. I can't imagine a move like bishop e7. I can only imagine bishop takes d5, what you have, because bishop e7 just simply hangs the pawn on g7, if nothing else, if there isn't some other way. And bishop takes d8, yeah, eventually I'm going to warm up to that idea, especially if the d file stays open. So knight d5, bishop d5, bishop d5,
right.
Rook d5, what you put on the board. And now Black, knight b6, queen b5 check is going to hurt my feelings, but
a lot. A lot, because after queen e5 check, there's just no way to properly defend it. This guy has to walk already, and rook e5 is just killing the game right there.
Exactly. So I'm seeing Alexei, and I'm looking at the webcam. It's hard to tell from his face, but I think in his heart of hearts, he's saying, I got this game in the bag.
Mm-hmm. Sure, it looks like that. And yeah, it's difficult to tell, of course, from the Black's perspective where exactly he went wrong.
Right.
I think my gut instinct says that this bishop b7, keeping more pieces on the board, allowing Alexei to conduct even more dangerous attack, was probably not the best choice. But the bar says, it was still a good choice.
Something here went wrong. I guess they didn't like the bar, our favorite bar.
Evil bar. As I
Yeah,
call it.
the evil bar did not
Evil
like
bar gives evil thoughts. Yeah.
bishop takes d5. Maybe
Maybe
else
bishop
could-
d5.
Yeah, maybe bishop d5.
Yeah, but what's the next move, right?
Exactly. I mean, you gotta play one day bishop c5. You gotta develop, but it doesn't feel right to give up the g7 pawn.
Although the bar says there's something wrong with rook takes on g7, I don't
Oh,
think.
that's a good news then. If something's wrong with rook takes g7, what could it be?
Maybe take, and some sort of just king of fate, maybe. And black claims there's no attack.
Wow.
And the rook
That-
escapes, by the way.
Ah, that's interesting. By the way, I think that has been underestimated by people at large, players at large, is when they say what has been the greatest impact that computers have had on the game. And chess engines, I meant to say, not computers, because databases have had a huge impact. But chess engines have taught us the art of defense. In my day, Garry Kasparov was just, like beating people like bowling pins with just one idea, just crushing them with just a single idea. And now today you see that the people are defending incredibly resourcefully.
Right. I mean, you cannot really compare how it was
Wow.
before. Yeah, it was a lot of one-sided games. Now everybody knows how to defend.
Right.
So
and they get
skill is
themselves,
incredible.
they get themselves out of the most difficult, horrendous messes, and they find, especially for me, Hikaru Nakamura is something extraordinary. He really, really is. And what a lot of people don't appreciate about Hikaru is he just defends so incredibly well. I was really surprised he lost his last round game with Ding Liren in the fashion he did, because he's such a resourceful defender. He finds ways of saving his skin time and time and time again. And I think that that's just true across the board with these great players of today. They're wonderful attackers. Magnus Carlsen can attack with the best of them, but his defensive skills are extraordinary. Everybody's universal play is just great. And I think chess engines have taught us that positions that we thought were just bad and undefensible were actually not true. They're not bad at all. And that's been an extraordinary insight for me personally.
Well, probably we have to still continue to switch the games.
Please.
I'm not sure.
I think Alexei's going to do very, very well from this position. It feels to me like he's got this game.
That's how it looks. Yeah, he's got this. He has a strong attack. He's about to take the rook on d8. Not really sure which game next I should check. I could check very briefly.
Can we check some of the games of India? Because
Of
we've got to
India.
pay our respects to our host.
Sure.
If we have any of their games.
Absolutely. I think we could go back to Vidit Gujrathi game against Makoto Rodwell. This
That's
game
a
we
good-
had a look at pretty much right after the opening. It was King's Indian, Bayonet.
With
system.
A4, right. That was the strange line with A4 that we saw.
Right. Yeah, this A5, we had a lengthy discussion how the modern theory is changing here, that white wants to expand at the queen side. Black says, no, I have an attack at the king side. Apparently, there's no attack, at least based on what we can see in the position. There you go, C5 was played.
Okay, because we were thinking the en passant was going to be white's response as well.
And it was, yeah. So D takes, and bishop D3. So what Vidit is saying here, your weakness on D6 is not going anywhere. First, I want to secure what's happening in the center against 94 ideas. Now your bishop H6, Yasser, that you mentioned, which is one of the common ideas. Activated docks with bishop E3, king H1, knight B5. White lays eyes on a pawn on D6, black defends. Well, there you go. This is not checkers, right? You're not obliged to take on C5.
Exactly.
In checkers, you would simply have to take.
Right.
Take. I guess
Wow.
bishop d4 was bad.
I'm looking at this king on this long diagonal, and I have to say that I would love to make the illegal move. Rook on d1 captures d4.
Oh, and then play bishop d2, bishop d4.
Exactly. So I'm thinking I'd just probably play bishop c2, protect the a pawn in that situation, and prepare rook takes d4.
Maybe actually that's the reason why Black decided not to do it. He didn't take it. He took with a pawn. He takes on d4. Exactly. Bishop c2 is on the board, hinting at your ideas of exchange sacrifice.
Oh, yes.
Bishop e4, queen e8. What do you make of this?
I'd say Black is doing his best to hang on, and I got a feeling that White is really enjoying this position a lot.
He's definitely enjoying, yeah.
Yeah, and that I'm really fearful that bishop b2 and rook takes d4, that Black king sitting on h8 but not having a bishop on g7, is going to cost him the game. So bishop b2, can we just put that position on the board for just a moment?
Bishop b2, queen a4. I think it's still not yet played, but I'm pretty sure that Vidit's eyes are glued on the b2 square. He's looking at something on d4. I think he is dreaming about these ideas. Let's say, can I do this, by the way? Rook d4, exchange sacrifice right now. Can I do this? Or it's too much?
I would like to keep the queens with queen d3, but this looks favorable for White. I was a little bit more afraid that Black wouldn't take the exchange, but maybe harass the bishop on like queen takes, yeah, rook takes d4, or
bishop d4, yeah.
Well, rook d4, yeah, and I was more worried that Black might just play a move like rook a2. And threaten to give back the bishop.
So who is this? Who's going to be the one to sacrifice the exchange?
Right.
Okay, this
probably
good for
no. This looks overwhelming for White. In fact, I take it back.
But maybe after queen a4, you simply don't have to trade queens. You play something like queen d3. So
and that is a good move.
D4 with the comfort.
Yes, that I really appreciate for White as well. So I think Vidit will be very happy. Do we have other games?
We have on board too. I think it's Arjun Erigaisi, the young star from India. You know, actually, I'm not really sure what was their reason, how they chose the lineups, because the way I understand it, it's team number one, it's the main team, and team number two for India, it's the youngsters team. Erigaisi, he's a youngster, right? So technically, he should be in the second team, whereas Gukesh and Prague and everybody else, and yet he is on the top team.
Yeah, one of the I don't know how it works in Latvia, for example, but it seems to me that across the world, many countries use different means of creating their Olympic teams. So some teams have a committee. A committee decides who's 1 and 2 and 3 and 5 and 6. Other teams use ratings, and they just say, you're qualified by rating, what good for you. And then other teams say, well, we're going to pick Archer. Archer is going to be our team captain, and our team captain will decide the lineup and do everything. So how the Indians chose their team is probably a mystery for even the Indians themselves.
Right. I mean, they have such an amazing lineup. They easily can create two teams. And this is what they did. Team number one, team number two, they are probably going to be fighting for the medals. And also team number three, all of the players are over 2,600. Right? It's just incredible how many strong players they have.
I know. They're deep.
And Vishy is not even playing, right?
I wish he's not even playing. Yeah, I remember Yugoslavia, Novi Sad. I think it was 1990. No, wait, 1990, I believe. And then and afterwards came the Philippines. But yeah, when Novi Sad, they had team A, B, and C. And at a certain moment, the United States played team C of Yugoslavia, and it had like Ivan Sokolov on team C. And I was like, dude belongs on the A team. Like, what's he doing on the team C? I mean, it was pretty funny, you know, like how they chose their squad. But nice. So we've been trying to monitor our chat. We're in day one. We've got a lot of things going on with all of the cameras and the transmission of the games. And I'm sure as we go on with our broadcast, we'll even be better about bringing you our comments on the games. But I think, Arturs, we're ready for a break.
Yeah, that will be a great moment. Just to wrap up what's happening in Erigaisi's game, in my grandmaster's opinion, he has 2 extra pawns, which should be pretty good. Pretty good for him to score a victory. So cheer up, all Indian fans.
Right.
We'll be back in a moment, right?
Absolutely.
See you soon. And we're back live, the live coverage for the 44th World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Yasser Servan and Arthur Nactions, we're your host today. And by the way, I want to mention before we jump in with the action from Nihal Sarin's game from Team India, if you have some very interesting questions in the chat, don't hesitate to ask us, and we're going to try to deliver you hopefully interesting answers.
Well, and that's the whole trick, right? The interesting question.
Only
only interesting questions allowed. Indeed. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Our coverage at chess.com. Chess.com is going to be covering all the rounds of the Olympiad, and we've got so much material, I want to say, so many assets on the ground in India, and they made a very nice profile of our host country.
Let's check it.
All right.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad, Team A. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Canero leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Canero will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. For playing board 3, Vaishali earned some bragging rights over her brother, Pragnananda, who plays a fourth board in the open event. On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's women's Team A.
Well, talk about that. Really impressive video here made by our producers about India's lineup here in Chennai, the 44th World Chess Olympiad. And I think, Yasser, what do you think? We could jump into the action of Nihal Sarin and talk a little bit about what does it mean for India to host this Olympiad?
Well, first of all, let's start with the obvious. India came in as a last-minute replacement. It was really, these Olympiads really require enormous amounts of planning. I mean, the teams of volunteers oftentimes number in the hundreds of persons. And when you think about the translators and the visas and the hotels, the complications just multiply. So when we went to Baku in 2016, I think Baku had actually won the event 4 years prior. And they did all the planning and everything like that 4 years before. So originally the idea was Moscow. And then for obvious reasons, the FIDE had to pull the event out of Moscow and search for replacement. India stepped up, and from everything I can see, including the nice cameras of the playing hall, they've succeeded beyond wildest dreams. I mean, it's just such a difficult event to organize. And now that they have organized the event and it's actually taking place, now it's about the play and the gold medals and, medaling and just representing. And we can jump into the game because, India has everything to prove.
Absolutely. So Nihal Sarin is playing for the second team of India team number 2 of the youngsters. So once again, to remind you, India has 3 teams in the list. So the second team has the Mirage Gukesh, was, by the way, yesterday in the opening ceremony with Prague, lighting up the torch of Olympiad. New tradition started by India. Nobody else did it before, at least in Chess Olympiads. So I hope, Yasser, that this tradition is going to stay. It was really, really wonderful. And then also in the second team, we have Nikhil Sarin, Adiman, and Raunak Sadhwani. So I think Adiban is going to be like the experienced guy to keep together the youngsters.
Right.
And we can expect a lot from them.
No question about it. And for me, I never really, I'm a big sports buff. I love sports, and I love the Olympics, the Olympic Games, the International Olympic Committee. And I never really paid no mind, if you will, to the torch and the relay of the torch. Yeah, I had an awareness. Yeah. But then came a Barcelona, Spain, and Muhammad Ali, who was suffering from Parkinson's disease at the time. So he had shakes. He was the one who lit the games. And I thought, wow, that was just so cool. Muhammad Ali. And from that moment on, I began to really appreciate what the torch relay is all about, and this spirit, this flame of the Olympics. And now, from that moment forward, I want to say it took on a special meaning. And now that it's been introduced into chess, I can't feel anything but pride.
Yeah, I love yesterday's opening ceremony.
Right?
And
yeah. And by the way, Nihal just played this move, Rook E1, which I think is a tremendous move because you're going to play Rook to E8. And you heard me talk about, grandmasters hate to be in a pin. But when you go Rook E8, that bishop on F8, you're physically incapable of getting out of this pin. Now, if you move your king, you drop your bishop. But in the meantime, as your suggestion, Artur's, White will double on the 8th rank. The bishop on B8 stops Queen C1 check and Queen F4 perpetual check. So I think Nihal is winning with this move.
Right. That looks really, really good.
Yeah, really good for Nihal.
There is, by the way, Yasser, a question for you in the chat.
In the chat. What does it say? Nihal for the moment.
What's your favorite moment from your time playing in the Olympiad?
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Too many. The question's not answerable. Let's start with the obvious. The Bermuda parties. Bermuda has made it. Nick Fox, big shout out to Nick Fox, who has been the sponsor of these parties. During the free day or the night before the free day, Bermuda has hosted a party, the Bermuda party, where all the teams come and just have a wonderful, wonderful evening of friendship, camaraderie, and so on. I will go so far as to say 20 marriages have occurred because of the Bermuda party, and it might be more. I mean, trust me when I say the Bermuda party is just a marvelous get-together. And
I have to add, really, those of you who don't know what is Bermuda party, it's unofficial or official, unofficial event, a gathering, a big party of chess players, which happens all the time in Olympiads.
Exactly.
This is the Bermuda party, right?
Right. And it's not just the weddings either. There's been fisticuffs.
Right.
People have taken exception at certain moments. And I asked Alexander Ivanov why he punched and knocked down Grandmaster Edward Gufeld during the Bermuda party. And he said it's a tradition. All the traditions have to be kept. I appreciate that. So Bermuda parties are great. If you're asking me as a competitor, beating Garry Kasparov on board one for the US team, leading the US team to a victory over the Soviet Union, 2.5, 1.5, that was definitely a highlight. Another one was maybe when I won a gold medal, individual gold medal in Moscow in 1994. And I refused to go to the closing ceremony because my team was not invited with me. I was invited individually to go to the Kremlin and have a palace meeting and da-da-da-da-da. And I said, only if my team, and they said, we are only inviting Olympic medal winners. So I refused to go. And when they called my name and I wasn't there, Grandmaster Vasily Smyslov got up and accepted the medal on my behalf. And I was honored that Smyslov did that for me, that a man of his enormous stature replaced me.
Right.
So I have some great memories, and it's impossible to say what's my favorite. By the way, now that
there's a big upset in the making, right?
Yeah, let's just take a look at the game of Levon Aronian.
Levon Aronian is suffering against David Silva. He's down in exchange. He just lost the pawn. So, I mean, we probably don't have the time to check what happened before. All I see is with my bare eyes, the exchange is missing. It's not there. And also the pawn on e5 is gone. So Aronian is in trouble here. This could be a minor blow, I guess, for Team United States. If indeed this happens, I'm pretty sure they're going to win the match either way, but they need to score as many points as possible. And this could be a very early wake-up call. Things are not going to be easy for you, despite the fact that you're the big favorites here.
No question about it. Wow, the rooks, we've talked about the exchange and the fact that White's rooks were on E1 and D1, where the rooks had no open files. Now we see very clearly the open B file for White, moves like Queen C7, Queen D6. I'm thinking Levon's in real trouble, and the problem is this light square bishop. Look at this light square bishop, and again, you think strategically. What on earth is your light squared bishop doing? And if you're not, exactly. If you're not playing E5 and bishop F5, or, you know, that bishop needs a life, because as soon as White moves his knight away, I don't care, knight D6, knight C7, I don't care where the knight moves, the rooks are coming off the board and things are getting scary. Knight D6, by the way, would threaten Queen F7.
But there's still one trick that Levon might have hidden under his sleeve. It's he might always offer a draw. And you know, this is sometimes that the players kindly accept, because imagine yourself, you're playing with White, you have this great position against Levon Aronian himself, right? And now he offers you a draw. Are you thinking, okay, probably I'm doing really great, but the question is, am I going to win him? Really? Do you ask me to win it? And then he offers a draw, right? Maybe this is just already a great result. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I've seen it happen so many times.
For sure, star power. And sometimes that's, a grandmaster has to reach into his bag of tricks and come up with something as absurd as that. That if Levon really thinks, oh my God, I've really gone too far. I've blundered. I'm going to pull the brakes and offer a draw. Hopefully my opponent will take it. But what I'm looking at right now is not good. I think that White is hugely favored. And if Levon was on the White side of this, it would never cross his mind in a million years to offer a draw as White. I remember that happened to me once in one of these World Cups, the 128 player knockout. I had won my first game against Vasily Ivanchuk. And I had made a move as black in the second game, and I got up to go to the bathroom, and And I was thinking about the game, and it suddenly occurred to me that the defense I thought was his only defense had a flaw. And it actually was not a good defense, but that was the only defense I saw for him. And now I suddenly realized, oh, I'm just completely winning. Like, I'm just completely winning. I come back to the game, and Vasily makes the move I had expected and offers me a draw. And then instantly, without even thinking and hesitating, I accepted the draw.
All right.
And I was very proud of myself to accept the draw. And he said, well, you know, you're winning. I go, yeah. And because that wasn't what I was there for. What I was there for was just to qualify to the next match. That's
Exactly.
all. That's all. I mean, I could have won the game by putting in another hours of work, and who knows what will happen in my next match. But I just needed to qualify to the next match. And 1.5 did it.
Right. So this game is definitely something we want to follow. Could be a major
Exactly.
upset.
Major upset.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean it seriously. I wouldn't be surprised if they would agree to a draw, because I've seen these things happen before. So
Agreed.
let's see what's happening here. And I think what we could do is mention some of the results that
Please.
some of the games already
We have
have
some
been
results.
finished. And actually, Team United States have scored already one victory, because it's Dominguez Lanier Perez. He has scored a victory with black against his opponent. Here you see this is the final position, a clearly dominating position. Also for Team Norway. Team Norway already leads 2.5 points, because Jon Ludvig Hammer managed to beat his opponent in pretty much flawless positional game. We didn't really have time to check what was happening there. Aryan Tari also beat his opponent in a spectacular attack. So it seems he was a significant ELO favorite. And one of the upsets that we actually thought it might happen, Christiansen managed to escape at a draw. And this is exactly what I was telling to you, Yasser, right? I think it was, this moment. They agreed to draw. You see, the bar is completely winning.
Completely winning.
Completely
like
winning.
not even close.
But you offer a draw at the right moment. You offer a draw, and you just ask the opponent, are you going to outplay me here?
Right.
But he just treats it like, probably no. So I'm down a pawn, so I accept the draw.
Yeah, it's great to have that. Oh boy, gravitas that you can offer a draw from a completely losing position, and your opponent starts it. And it's really nice when you can do this, because Artur, so you have to set the situation. So imagine I'm losing, I have a very bad position, and I offer my opponent a draw. So my opponent does the very correct and proper thing. He says, I will consider it. Right? Nice. So now that you've offered the draw, it's been acknowledged that the draw has been offered, you get up and you walk away, you get yourself some water, whatever, and you suddenly notice that your opponent is still thinking. It's 10 minutes later and he hasn't accepted the draw. Eventually, when they get to the 20-minute mark, it's 100% that they're going to take the draw. Because now they convince themselves that the position is not as winning. Normally speaking, when the opponent's going to decline the draw offer, they do it right away. Like, in just 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. But whenever they go past, I'm going to call it the 15-minute mark, then you can be absolutely confident.
Yeah, because I think also, now we're talking from our own experiences, sometimes when you offer a draw, you're just like begging for the opponent to offer the draw, because you feel uncomfortable in that position. Something is not right. You just pray that the opponent is going to agree to a draw. And indeed, after something like 15, 20 minutes, you get the feeling, okay. I mean, it's going to be draw. Everything's good. Everything is good.
It's all good. By the way, we do appreciate your questions. So any questions from the chat, again, Artur's has qualified that with, they have to be interesting. And we will take, we have some, what do we have here?
Which player are you most excited to see? I'm not sure who is supposed to answer this. Maybe
but Archers, you go for it. Which player are you most excited to see?
Me, personally?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I tell you honestly, I'm not sure if I can be biased. Can I really cheer for one team?
Please.
But I would love to see India number 2 play very good.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big fan of the youngest generation. I also had the pleasure to meet in person a week ago in Beale, Domraj Gukesh. He's such a humble guy. And at his age, only 16 years old, he's already 2,700.
Yeah.
So I would love to see them perform well. So maybe Gukesh, could perform really good here.
I like Abhidan. He's like remarkable for me. I find myself drawn to these tactical beasts. And that's always nice to see. The young players, especially. For me, I'm sorry that I have to say it like this, but in truth, I'm a fanboy where Magnus is concerned. I can't help it but feel like whenever he's in a competition, he's magnetic in the sense that Garry Kasparov was magnetic. Remember Gary playing in his first Olympiad, me too, by the way, in 1980 in Malta and 1982 in Lucerne. And in the Lucerne Olympiad, his game against Viktor Korchnoi, USSR versus Switzerland, Anatoly Karpov declined to play against Viktor Korchnoi, so Garry Kasparov moved up a chair. And Gary played one of the greatest Olympic games I've ever seen. We were just all totally mesmerized. Talk about fire on board. Everything was on pre, and for like 10 moves, everything was on pre. And it was just like, I don't want to call it the game of the century or anything like that, but Gary, he just drew. Is almost like a black hole. It just sucked you in. He just drew your attention. And for me, Magnus is that person. He just his games are just fantastic. And so all due respects, world chess champion.
all right. There'll be a choice. Yeah, the world chess champion is not yet playing here today. Maybe we do switch, right?
Tomorrow,
we do switch
please. So there was a draw agreed in this one.
Yeah, there was a draw, obviously. So I thought we could very quickly have a look at what is happening in some other games. And
please.
I see Team Poland is one of the highest rated teams, obviously, in the event, and would be a shame not to check how the leader Radoslav Wojtaszek is doing here.
Because I suppose Duda has taken a bye today.
Right.
Ooh, well, I must say that White's putting up a good struggle here from Syria.
So that's an extra pawn for Black.
And by all means, Black should be winning, but it's not trivial.
Not trivial at all, because what happens after the rook trade, for example, you still need to evaluate.
Rook c7. And I think that White's chances of drawing that position is much greater than Black's chances of winning. So some difficulties here for Poland and no results so far in this key matchup.
Right. So this is board number 1. Board number 2, I believe, is for Team Poland, Kasper Piorun. Here we go. Here he's playing with the white color.
Bishop g7, just the last move. Rook d5 was on tap. But what is going on here? So hold on, it's an exchange. But wait a minute, those are three.
Exchange and a pawn. So
three connected.
White is going to win, right?
Yeah, but no, it's the 3 connected passed pawns that have my attention. I mean, push them, baby. You know, I would start with something like rook takes d5 and c6 and make sure that I just got c6, b5, b6, c7, and it's a girl.
Right. All right.
Nice.
All right. What do you think, Yasser? Do we go back to Aronian's game? Very quickly have a glimpse, because again,
absolutely,
dear viewers, we can also do it like this. For example, you see something really interesting. Maybe we can have a look at a glimpse at that game as well, right? So you have to also understand us.
We have
so many games.
Question there.
Which
Sorry,
question?
I think it was where there was a social media question for Yasser. I can't see it very well.
or Yasser, what are some of the top-ranking African countries this Olympiad?
Well, in truth, there was a time that there was one African country that really stood out, and that was Tunisia. They had Slim Bouaziz, and he was a really great player for Tunis. And then the Egyptians really have improved extraordinary. And today, I would say Egypt is the team to look out for, but South Africa traditionally has been the strongest team from Africa. And now I just see across the board that more and more African countries are putting teams of master players together. They're not just, experts and lower amateurs, but they have improved enormously, just simply enormously. And again, you've got the game of Levon Aronian, and boy, is he on the back foot. I mean, his position looks awful with a capital A.
Right.
This just looks terrible for Levon. And for
Levon, he simply has to accept the queen trade.
Yeah. If he scrambles his way out of this, we're going to call him Houdini. Houdini Levon.
Do I see it correctly? That's Aronian's game there. Could be it's a draw. Not really totally sure.
It looks like
I saw the kings in the middle. The pawn structure looked exactly the same. Again, I'm not totally sure that's the board we are seeing there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the live cam, it looks like some games have been completed, but then it should, on the scorecard, it should transmit, right?
Right. Right, so we get the word. It probably is Aronian's game, and it is a draw. I told you, Yasser. I told you this is going to happen. So you just keep this joker play out at the right moment. He knows he's a big favorite. He offers at the right moment. Indeed, draw was agreed. David Silva makes a big result today, making a draw against Levon Aronian. But of course, the final position is very close to winning.
Of course. I remember I played in my very first Olympiad in 1980 in Malta, and it was a big match, USA versus the Soviet Union, and I was playing board 2. Can you imagine that Garry Kasparov was the second reserve for the Soviet team? Second reserve. And we were losing the match very badly. 2.5 half, I was white against Michael Tal. He had a superior position. And he offered me a draw. And our strategy for the team before the match was any draw offers, we have to go and tell our team captain about the draw offers, because that maybe he would parlay the draw offer into something else, right? So I went to Paul Benko and I said, and Tal had the better position, by the way. He had the better. So he was offering me a draw from strength, if you will. And I said, Paul, and he looked up and he was afraid we were going to lose the match 3.5 half or something like that. I said, Misha just offered me a draw. And he said, really? And I go, yeah, what do you want me to do? He said, well, do whatever you want, because there was all the other games were results. So I went back, and Misha half stood up with his hand out, and I said, I'd like to play. And Misha looked at the position. He was better. And his eyes bulged out like, what? And behind me, my team captain, Paul Benko, who was originally born in Hungary, started cursing in Hungarian.
Right.
He threw the bulletins in the air. It was enormously funny. It was just one of those positions I liked, even though I knew I was worse. I liked the position. I won the game, by the way. We lost the match 2.5, 1.5. But
that was the right choice.
Yeah, if you're going to decline the draw, do it ideally immediately,
Right.
but don't don't suffer it for 20 minutes and curse yourself one way or another. It's not good. What position do you have on the board, by the way?
Right. I opened the only remaining game, I believe, from United States, because United States at the moment have won the match already 2.5 against half a point. So upsetting result for Levon. Still, he should be quite happy with a draw. And it's the remaining game that United States is having. Samuel Shanklin plays against Junior Domingos. The position is just great.
Yes.
Isolate the pawn on d5. You want to, I guess, somehow get the king on d4 and snatch the pawn on d5 and win the pawn endgame.
There's ABCs of chess, as you just described it, Artur. And I find the move rook b8 rather interesting, because you, just as you described it, you would want to play the move rook e8 check in order that if you could push the king to f6, then you would play king d4 very happily. And again, as you said, ABCs of chess. So the fact that white didn't play the move rook e8, but played the move rook b8, undoubtedly after rook e8 check, black would have played rook e6. I don't know what else black is supposed to do, but I just find it interesting that, and then you play king d5. I just find it interesting that white is so sure of his position, he plays rook b8 and not rook e8 check. I think that's an example of great confidence.
Or maybe, maybe he just doesn't want to make a very big decision on the 40th move. It's not like he was in time trouble. Here, Sam had still 11 minutes on the clock. Sometimes you just postpone the big decision. You take it to the second time control. You get extra 30 minutes. Then you think for a while, and then you pick up the right plan.
Exactly, and I think that's a lot. That's a skill that only comes with great experience. This idea of postponing a big decision until after the time control. A lot of class players, amateur players will not recognize that as a thing, but I think a lot of grandmasters, they think it's just part and parcel of being a strong player, is knowing when to postpone a big decision like that. Rook b8 on the board.
Right.
And by the way, another team, Azerbaijan, we haven't looked at any of their games. Originally, they were going to come into this Olympiad as a top 3 team. Unfortunately, Timur Rajabov, coming off a great showing in the candidates, caught COVID and had to withdraw himself, and Team Azerbaijan fell in the rankings. Am I right, Arturs, to number 6 position?
Yeah, they were second seed. I believe they dropped to number 6. So there was some unhappiness.
Right, the
team members, or at least one.
Yeah,
Either way, they were really counting on Timur, but I guess sometimes these things happen.
And here we have our top 10. This nice to see Norway as number 3, Poland number 5, Azerbaijan number 6. A little surprised that Netherlands at number 7 is behind Norway. Netherlands has usually always had a great team, and we're very proud here in Holland of our underperformance.
Right.
It's a tradition for the Dutch to underperform their ratings.
Speaking about the Azerbaijani match here, they are currently leading the match, because I see that they have scored 3 victories already.
Okay.
So it's 3-0 so far. So Rauf Mamedov is playing the final game. I think so. Just a second. If I didn't see that. Oh, no. My mistake.
Okay.
I announced the wrong result. No, it's just 1-0.
1-0.
It's the next result. It's the next result. I was looking at Netherlands match, where indeed Netherlands is up to 0 already. No, 3-0.
Very nice.
3-0.
Also, it's nice to see England number 10, Germany number 9, and finally, just to round out the top 10, always to pay our respects to a team that's so often overperformed. Ukraine has often overperformed with they're great stars. Did you ever get a chance to play with the Seal Ivanchuk? I think
I have played, although not classical time control games. I believe one was Blitz, another one was Rapid, or maybe both Rapid. I lost
maybe
them.
both.
I lost them, but it was a long time ago, so it was an absolute pleasure playing against such a legend.
Yeah, but for me, you know, a lot of times people ask me, you know, who were players that didn't become world champions that, you know, you thought that they might. It wasn't my opinion. I thought that Vasil would become world champion, but it was the opinion of Gary Kasparov who said, yeah, Ivanchuk's going to be world champion one day. And I was like, Gary's right.
Right.
So it was a strange thing. We all really respected Vasil's play. There's no question he's a phenomenal player. It was the strange thing that sometimes during the big game, he failed at the big moment, right? I mean, sometimes, you know, people rise to the occasion and become world champion in a remarkable upset, but it seemed that Vasil didn't perform when he was supposed to. When you most expected him to outperform, he didn't.
Right.
But
so a lot of
Ukraine
people
as a
behave
team,
differently.
yeah, but
That's right.
But I wanted to make the comparison. Sorry, I did it a little too slowly. That when he's in a team competition, then Ivanchuk is just like board one. You know, like,
right.
You know, the dominating guy that you want to play on the Olympic team, board one, Vasil Ivanchuk, and he just destroys his opponents.
We could maybe, since we're talking about Ukraine, we could check how Team Ukraine is doing here. So the top board today is Andrei Volokitin. Maybe I could.
Also been around for quite a long time.
Right.
Very strong.
Very strong player. I believe he was up to 2,700. Recently, he has managed to recover his form because I think he dropped to something like 2,600. Probably something that all of the chess professionals can relate to. At some point, you have ups and downs. Sometimes you lose faith.
Right.
You just cannot perform well for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for some people even longer. And then you get like a second chance. You start to play well again. The rating goes up. I think also for Volokitin, now he's showing some wonderful chess recently. And actually, Team Ukraine is winning the match at the moment. At least they're leading it 1-0 because Kirill Shevchenko has beat his opponent.
I see. And in this position, it looks like White is about to play moves like bishop to b3, as well as c3, c4. Oh, wait a minute.
I'm pretty sure Queen A didn't happen.
Right? Hold on. I think I was expecting Queen takes a7. Yeah.
Right. So maybe let's switch back to Samuel Shanklet's game against Junior Domingos because there's some action going on.
G4.
Yeah, G4. As they say, in these positions, when you have the upper hand in endgames, you need to have two weaknesses, right? According at least to Aaron Nemcevich, one weakness maybe is entire queen side, the second weakness on d5. Some people jokingly say the third weakness is your opponent, right? You cannot always rely on that.
Yeah, I've always relied upon my opponent. My opponent's weakness. Are you a Nemcevich fan?
I guess I'm supposed to because he's originally from Riga. I mean, of course, many people refer to him as a Danish player, but he was born in Riga, where I am right now. I'm born in Riga. I mean, not
the Wizard of Riga,
The Wizard of Riga, yeah, sure. So Nemcevich sometimes is attributed as a Latvian player. Well, I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, he was born here, so I guess that's what matters.
Exactly. Okay, we won't get into Nemcevich for the moment because I have very derogatory views of Nemcevich. I thought he was a great for the one-liners. He had some absolutely brilliant clips. The pawn, the passed pawn is a criminal that deserves to be under lock and key. And these the threat is stronger than the execution. So he had some very, very wonderful clips, but I thought he was just completely full of nonsense as far as his writings are concerned. Great player. By the way, if we could just go over the last 3 moves, we don't have to go from the start, but we left it that there was a doubling of the rooks on the e file. So then it went rook b8, rook e7, bishop f3, rook d7, g4, rook c7. Okay. So if I'm guessing right, what Sam intended to do was play something like g4, g5, and take away the f6 square from the black king. I'm not so sure I understand the move g4. Maybe, Archer, you can explain why did Sam do g3, g4?
You know, that really beats me, because when I'm looking at this position, I felt that in the old classical way, how you're normally playing this, we already discussed this. You get away the king from e5, you play king d4, maybe try to get the bishop on b3, and somehow with f3, e4 or something, you somehow snatch the pawn. However, probably, I mean, most likely Samuel had a look at that. He evaluated that it's not so simple, and he's seeking more targets. So with the idea of this rook b8, he's postponing the decision. He activates the rook on b8, which is rather annoying piece to have for black. And then he's seeking more targets. For example, f takes on g4, bishop takes on g4. Suddenly this bishop is very active. And how do you play there? For example, something like rook c7.
Okay.
There could be some tricks like, I don't know, maybe even rook e8. I'm not sure if I have to do that. Right. And somehow I still get the king on d4. I still might switch to these ideas. Bishop b3 or bishop f3, get to the pawn on d5. So I'm totally sure that he is following the general idea to get to the pawn on d5. He's just adding more things to the motion, and maybe what he's doing at the king side, he treats is going to help him.
Intriguing. I wouldn't have taken that approach at all myself. I would have played rook e8 check, rook takes e6. I would have been anxious, and I mean with a capital A, to put my king on d4 and make sure that the king on e5 never has opportunities like, you know, f5, f4, for example, just to give one idea of what I don't want to allow necessarily. So, okay, a very, very different approach for me, but I'm hoping that Sam will enjoy and bring home a victory in this game as white. As he does have an advantage, I just don't know how big it is.
Right. Maybe he'll have to switch to the rook endgame at some point. Trade the rooks, both rooks, put the king on d4, maybe put the pawn on g5, creating more weaknesses.
Okay.
Not sure. Not sure about that.
And by the way, just to remind everybody about our Olympiad format, obviously we're an 11-round Swiss. At one time, the Olympiad used to be a 13-round Swiss. I guess they felt that that was a little bit long in terms of the competition. Oftentimes, when it was 13-round Swiss, all the top teams had played each other by the 11th round, and sometimes rounds 12 and 13 featured, you know, team number 1 playing team number 30, you know, because of the Swiss system and just how it worked. And there's the time controls, by the way, just to be very, very clear, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. And then you get a second time control of 30 minutes to finish the game.
I believe most of the games already have reached the second time control, because move 40 is when you get this extra time. So also Samuel Shankland's game has reached over 40 moves. It's move 43. Right. So yeah, 11
by
rounds.
The way, rook e7, the king dropped back. King d6 was played in the game of 7. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, king d6 is played here. So Samuel here chose this trick again to play rook e8. After king d6, black doesn't take on c5, I guess, because of this intermezzo check on e7.
Right.
And right, so now that the second time control has started, I wonder what we could do now, because we haven't really looked for a while at women's team.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Artur. Let's jump over to the women's section and take us to our top seed, if you will.
Yeah, let's do that. And here the top seed is obviously home team, Team India, and Conor Humpi. Remember this Italian game we looked at?
Yes.
Some time ago. Now, according to my calculation, black has an extra piece. Should be good, right?
Very good. The extra piece works for me. And any other results besides the fact that black is going to win this game?
Yeah, so black is going to win this game. Also, we have a lot of results. So usually this is where a lot of results come in. End of the first time control. In average, the game ends in something like 40, 50 moves. So also we had a look at Anna Muzychuk's game against Jessie February. Muzychuk managed to score impressive victory. Right. We briefly talked about this at the start. I see a lot of very strong players here. Not really sure who to choose. I could maybe mention very quickly is that Jansai Abdulmalik from Kazakhstan managed to beat her opponent. Obviously, not a big surprise there. She was a big deal of favorite. Right. Do you have a preference, Yasser? Which game would you like to check? Which team? Which country?
Sorry that I'm so nationalistic and biased, but I would love to see how the U.S. women's, U.S. ladies are doing. Keeping in mind, I'm a little bit surprised by our U.S. women. I'm a little bit embarrassed because of what we did on board one. We have a very good squad. We're pleased with our squad, but Begum has taken over Arena Crush's traditional board one, and Begum is actually one of the lowest rated players, if not the lowest rated player on our team. It almost looks like we're stacking our team. It's like, what?
Right.
So I'd be very, very curious to see what America's doing.
She already won the game.
Begum did. Wonderful.
Yeah. She already has won the game, and also Arena Crush has won her game.
Excellent.
On second border with a white color. Those are the results.
Very good.
Let me check what else do we have here. Anna Zatonskih on the third board is still playing.
Yep.
She's here playing with black.
It's very traditional for Anna. I was the women's team captain in Baku. And if there was one player in the whole tournament hall of 3,000 players who would still be in the tournament hall, it was Anna Zatonskih. Her games were never, ever short. And it seemed to me that they lasted till the very last move.
Right.
I don't know why we have those types of players, but we do.
But this is the final game of Team United States because Tatev Abrahamyan has won her game. So good, Team United States is leading 3-0.
Off to a great start. Great start.
Nana here has a good position with black.
Yes, she does. So very nice. I see Team France has beaten Monaco, also 4-0. Poland 3-0. Georgia over Iraq. Ukraine 4-0. And India, Tajikistan, that's interesting, 1-0.
Yep. A lot of decisive results. Maybe again, let's go back to Team India. What do you think?
That's fine. And also just to say to our audience, we'll do our very best if you guide us to a game or a match that you think really has a lot of interest. right now, because it's day one and the various transmissions, if you would keep your comments to the top 10 teams in the women's and the open, we'll do our best to address any games that you might have. Knight is on f5. What game is this one?
And this is Tanya Sachdev's game from Team India. And Team India at the moment is leading 2-0 because Vaishali and Koneru have won their games.
Right, Humpy won, as we saw. She was going to be a piece. She was
right. Bhakti Kulkarni is still playing her game, and Tanya Sachdev is still playing her game. And here it actually seems that Black is in a lot of trouble, because how do you get rid of the spin on the bishop on h6? Because normally you want to play something like f6, bring the queen, but it drops the bishop.
Right.
Probably queen g6.
Yeah, and I'm thinking queen g6, queen h2, and that's what I was saying about grandmasters. We just so dislike being in these pins. At a certain moment, Black, in order to escape this vicious pin, is going to have to do something as bad as bishop to d7 captures f5, just in order to be able to breathe.
Right.
So I'm thinking after queen h2, I will have to go queen f6. Yeah, so probably I should start with queen f6. Oh no, I can't, because that I might
Can you play f6?
My f7 pawn.
Can you play f6?
F6.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
No, I'm okay. I'm just a little bit reluctant. I'm looking at b4, and after c4, I was just thinking that the queen could go to f2, and then my queen could get stuck. Maybe, yes. You immediately picked up on what I was fearful about. Queen a7, or queen b6, and my queen on g6. I might not be able to defend. But this knight on f5 is a monster knight.
I think you're right. I think you're right indeed. After queen g6, queen h2 might be a move. And actually, also I notice what's even wrong with taking, because if you take it, king g6 is obviously a fork. Now after f6 and g6, also this needs to be evaluated for Black, because those are weaknesses which are not going to go away. For example, even knight e7, knight e5 could be unpleasant.
Yeah, you could talk about a permanent weakness.
Right.
There's one thing that Black can hang her hat on, for the moment at least, is that White's bishop on e2 is, I want to say, passive. And there is a fear that if I do play b4 and I mistime my move b2, b4, and my opponent shuts my bishop out of the game with c5, c4, that I'm crying that my bishop won't play a role in the future. So there is a hope from Black's point of view that she might be able to create, on a good day, some type of a fortress.
Right. Yeah, definitely. There's a room for fortress. After queen g6, I think the best chance for White is keep the queens on the board.
Yeah.
So Sachdev is suffering here, and she's playing against significantly low-rated opponent. Maybe doesn't mean a thing, because not everybody has access to so many international tournaments. We have seen many underrated tournaments, by the way, especially from India.
Yes.
Right? I mean, they have a lot of sometimes 1800 level players who play amazing chess, sometimes even crushing grandmasters in open tournaments. But when queen g6 happened, it did happen.
Yeah, queen takes g6. I would have thought queen h2, maintaining that pin I would have been frightened to be Black. But now after takes, knight d7, okay, I have to play bishop to d7 or bishop to e8.
She saw my idea, but I didn't say it's good. I mean,
you only took responsibility to say, look at this possibility.
I mean,
nice.
I consider queen g6, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I would love to keep the queens on the board for more variety of options.
Right. Well, okay. Very, very nice. And also in the top ladies, we saw Anna Musishuk
I just very quickly wanted to check the remaining game of Bhakti Kulkarni. I mean, before we move on.
Because looks like white is just completely winning this. By the way, the white king on g3 makes a very beautiful impression. I can't say that she's in a bathtub, but it's a very nice pawn structure from white. By the way, talking about the bathtub, for those of you who are joined us late, we were looking at a game of Wesley So, and you called this the bathtub pawn structure.
All right.
So we have to, eventually we have to look at what's happening in the bath.
Yep. Yeah, I think we are going to come back to the ladies section at some point later. Maybe now. Yeah, maybe before we switch on to the open tournament, maybe let's make a short break, because this is still the second time control. Players get additional 30 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
No time pressure at the moment. So see you in several minutes. Hope you like it so far. If you have some interesting questions, again I said it, interesting questions.
Well done.
Don't hesitate. Ask them in the chat. Stay tuned and see you in a couple of minutes.
Excellent.
Coach K says that when you first start the game, you look at that chess piece as you are the king on that board. I got this tattoo approximately a year ago. I got the king piece and my girl got a queen piece. Technically, don't really play unless I come to jail. That's the only time I've really been playing a lot.
We talk trash about who be who garbage.
If they give us a chance to play with the man, I most definitely would.
me, it was trying to give people not just the skills in this really interesting game, but so that the way they think changed too.
All right, see you in a week. Mr. Scott, behave.
India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Led by the best player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen leads a squad looking to change all that. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, Dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let the games begin.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back live from the World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Here you see the action in Dania Sachdev's game against Rukshana Saidova. So one of the leading boards of Team India were top seed in the women tournament. A lot of exciting action ahead, right? So the second time control has been reached. Your hosts today are Yasser. Yasser is smiling.
Right. I don't think that was actually Tanya's game. I think that's a different game.
I thought it was Tanya's game.
Yeah, I'm quite sure. This is the game where the queen there's a king on G3, but it was a nice position for White, Tanya's game, and White traded queens and still an advantage, but Tanya, I think, has great chances of saving that position. Now, going back for a moment, I saw that you had a position there of Sam Shankland.
Yep. So indeed, he did trade both rooks.
Both rooks
This
came
is something
off.
I was thinking, and now this inclusion of G4, G5 helps him because that's potential third weakness. H5, maybe H takes, maybe H6.
It's definitely H5, H6 coming from White's perspective. So the idea is that as soon as we can get our pawn to H6 in a very nice way, then we're threatening instantly bishop H5.
That's nice.
That's the killer. And yes. G6.
So I guess it really depends where black keeps his bishop, right? So for that, I guess you want to play bishop C6. So that bishop H5 can be responded with bishop E8.
Right, exactly. And I do believe that black is going to discover himself in a Zugzwang. We don't play bishop H5 right away, of course. We play bishop H1. Somehow we make a triangulation. I'm not exact with the pawn on H6. I think Archers, it's a winning strategy for White that in this exact position, you want it to be black's move. So
H3, there you go.
Yeah. And
Zugzwang, no?
Is Zugzwang.
It's a Zugzwang because now bishop B7 is going to be bishop H5. This beautiful idea you just mentioned, bishop takes on G6.
Right.
Or G6. If black plays something like bishop D7 or bishop E8, protect against that, you just snatch the pawn on D5 for free. Thank you, sir. And if black is supposed to move with a king, for example, king E6, this gives away the C5 square, which probably is a major loss for black because the queen side falls apart.
Exactly. The queen, indeed. It's just, it's that simple and that fast. So dropping the pawn in on H6 square, I think it's all part of Sam's long-term strategy. And yeah, he will just Zugzwang his opponent.
Yeah. So about here, right? This is about where we left it. He traded one rook, he had the second rook, put the pawn on G5, play king D4. He already saw this from afar. Right. So this should be technically winning.
Exactly. What Victor Korchnoi would call the ABCs of chess. And I'm seeing from the camera shots at the playing hall, a lot of games seem to have been completed.
Right.
So do we have a lot of the results in the open section already known? I mean, for those of you who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, shame on Levon, because he offered a draw from a losing position and it was accepted. Nicely done, Levon. Did America give up anything more than a half a point?
No. So it would seem just a second.
With Sam's game still, of course.
Yeah, the Sam's game is still ongoing. And maybe let's very quickly check
Norway,
the
by
current
the way,
results.
dropped half a point as well.
Round one.
Norway having dropped a half a point there, I just saw. Yeah, Wales is down 2-0. Okay, and Poland leading 3-0 over Syria. All right, and as we're just going through these results, I see Azerbaijan, that's what we're talking about. We always love hitting the trampoline 4-0 as the start. Jordan is also lost 3 games to the Netherlands, 1 game pending. Ukraine leading 2-0 over Thailand. Germany leading 2-0 over the Sudan, England 2-0 over Cyprus. So a lot of teams going for the big 4-0, but again, USA getting dinged so far a half a point and Norway as well. So it was very, very difficult, Arturs, to make a 4-0 result because usually somebody on the other side has really prepared great, great preparation, and somebody's in trouble.
Actually, Levon today had a good position after the opening. He made this very interesting exchange sacrifice, and then something happened.
He started playing moves like queen to d6 to b8, and after this very pronounced and exciting exchange sacrifice, then king h8 to g8, he started wasting a lot of tempi, in my view, on moves that actually were a step backward. So it was strange. From a very promising position, he spoiled it. There's no other way of putting it.
A win is a win. In the end, 3.5 points.
It's
perhaps
very good.
Not a perfect result that Team United States was hoping for. A small setback. I wonder really what it's going to mean for tomorrow's pairings, because usually they're done teams with 4 points and paired against 4 points.
Exactly.
So it could be some interesting complications there.
No question about it. And again, a very big shout out to each and every one of you for joining us. And also do us a favor, tell your friends where you're hanging out. And we promise that our coverage is just going to get better and better as we get deeper into the rounds. We have a lot of profiles of the players and people in India who are going to be giving us great feeds and great comments. So we'll show you, for example, a profile that we created on the American team. Let's have a look.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. During its triumph in 2016, Team USA was led in scoring by Wesley So. In this year's Olympiad, So returns to play as the 2 seed, which should offer him some favorable matchups. The 3 seed is Aronian, which also should play in Team USA's favor. Aronian ranked as the top player for each of Armenia's gold medals in 2006, 2008, and 2012. Aronian now brings that experience and pedigree to Team USA while going up against the opposing country's 3rd best player. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Indeed,
Nice
maybe the time is now, right?
I wonder who wrote the script for that profile, by the way, because there was a wonderful word that got tossed in there. A clunky performance at the candidates by Fabiano. A clunky
That means not very good in them, I
guess. Well, it's usually a word that is used to describe an automobile whose engine is backfiring. So, or something that's very weighty. I never kind of thought of a player as having a clunky result, but okay, nice. And by the way, we do have Sam Shanklin just played that all-star move, h5, h6. You might ask yourself, what are you doing with a kingside pawn pushing it to h6? You're setting up this horrible move, bishop h5. So we were saying bishop to c6, a2, a3, Archer, and we called it Zugzwang. Basically, black has no good move in this position that doesn't worsen his game. His bishop is on his
the bishop cannot
square.
leave the d5 square.
The king
Bishop
is
e7
on
is bishop h5.
Right. And in the meanwhile, yeah, bishop h5 is on tap, and Sam Shanklin looking to score. And what other games have caught the interest of our viewers?
I see another rook game, by the way. This is the game we have been looking at a couple of times. Maybe it doesn't occur to go back again. Vidit Gujrathi is playing against Makoto Rodwell, looking for this perfect score, and he has an extra pawn in the rook game. Should be somehow technically winning.
Yeah, because especially the black rook is extremely passive. It's playing the role of defender. And am I reading that right? That white's last move is rook on a6 to a5?
Rook a6.
Ah, because there was a pawn on c6. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Now the pawn moved to c5, because otherwise I was wondering, why would you play that move? But it was a pawn move that then.
Is it against some kind of a Zugzwang? Because I'm looking at this position, I wonder. Because black doesn't really have many moves. For example, if I touch the rook, I need to protect the pawn on c5. So if I play something like rook c6, there might be rook a7.
Precisely.
h6, rook g7, rook g6.
Precisely. Once again, I follow you completely. And also just on that note too, I love the move rook to David 7 instead of rook to g7. I love rook to d7 because then I can put my rook on d5. So my rook on a5 at this moment, it will attack the pawn on c5. But my rook on d5 will not only attack the pawn on c5, it'll also attack the pawn on g5 and push the black king backwards. So I think Vidit is well on his way to securing a victory as well.
That's a brilliant move indeed. Rook d7.
Yeah.
Okay, if not h6, then what? Or rook c6.
Exactly.
Because h6 is rook a6. Now this is a weakness. So maybe it's a king move. King f5.
Okay.
I could give a check. I'm not sure if I have to. I guess I have to.
It might be useful. Yeah.
Right. And I'll play again, go back. Black is just running out of the moves.
True.
That's my feeling. Unless I'm missing rook b7.
And in this case, rook b7 does give you rook b3 check. It's a possibility.
Right, some checks here.
I'm thinking instead of the move rook a6, I love your idea of Zugzwang, Archer. Play rook b5 and say, your turn.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Just knock on the table, your move. Black will do the same.
But where do you move your rook, or where do you go h6, just for argument's sake? Go ahead and put h6, and I go rook a5.
Like that. I want to play rook b6, but rook a5, I guess, is even stronger.
Just to once again emphasize that the moment you move your rook, then I want to go rook to the 7th rank, and to check your king, and then to I think check right away after rook b6. Just go ahead and check. And if the king goes back, then, you start to harass the pawns. Yeah, like this. I like it. I like it very much.
I also like it. Looks very good.
Looks very, very good. These rook endings, oftentimes, it's about patience. Be patient. Don't rush. And let your opponent, after a move like rook a5, you can play rook b5. And you don't need to rush. Everything in good time.
Here's the thing. White is not spoiling his position by playing rook b5, rook a5. Black is spoiling the position because the rook on c7 has to stay. It needs to protect the 7th rank. It needs to protect the pawn on h7.
Right. And just kind of like that Sam Shanklin position, every time you touch your king and you go king f6 and allow king e4, or if you go king d6 and allow king e4, king f5, it's all going White's way. Very, very nice.
Right.
Again, I just want to give a big shout out to India and the host country in the playing hall, because more and more as I'm looking at the camera work and the players at the board, and the chairs are wonderful, the tables look good, the playing hall looks spacious. And I remember the playing hall in Calvia. It was terrible. It was too cramped. It was just too small. And here it looks like with very, very short notice, the Indians are putting on a splendid Olympiad.
Indeed, they have. They have done it usually that other countries do in several years.
Yes.
They have done it in such a quick time frame. It's just stunning.
Exactly. It's a real challenge. And I remember just so many of Olympiads, it was just getting visas. Visas are, trust me when I tell you, they're a major effort, and so many countries, so many people from different countries have visa issues, and just to get 100 and I want to say 85, I don't know what exactly is the number, to get that many countries' teams proper visas, that's some serious work.
I imagine a lot of logistics.
Yes. Also, just to mention, of course, Russia and China are not at this Olympiad, and that's just the way it is. But I do see in chat, whereas China had obviously a lot of COVID restrictions, and there was just a lot of things that prevented them from participating. They're definitely missed, both in the open as well as the women's section.
Right. Well, Yasser, is there a game next you'd like to check?
In fact, I've been following you, and I've been following our chats too. So if there is something out there in the top 10 that we haven't spotted, or
well, the dear chat says David Howell is in trouble.
David Howell, let's jump to England.
Yeah, we can check them. Is he in trouble?
I don't know. Is this
doesn't seem like a trouble to me.
Why would this be trouble? Just a second. Okay, white has space, but black has an extra pawn, right?
No, it looks good to me.
7, 2, 5, 6. No, I used to play in my career the Cambridge Springs defense against the Queen's Gambit decline. And oftentimes my opponents wanted to punish me, and they would sacrifice a pawn for great development, and so forth and so on. And if I ever neutralized their advantage in time, that is to say their development, the extra pawn won the day. And in my view, it's quite the opposite. I think that black is doing just fine here. And after a move, for example, like a7, a5, by no means the only move, I would prefer black's position, because
I think the game just stopped receiving moves, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the move d4, d5 would just result in, a cleaning of the position, and black will be very happy at the end of the day. It's like the tide goes out. There's no advantage for white. What white should do, on the other hand, is not that easy. And if I was in white shoes, I'd start thinking about g4, h4, g5, and just hoping that I could make pretensions.
All right.
We have a question from the chat. What's the question there?
What led to the change in the Olympiad in that the top-rated players often didn't used to play, but now they all are? That's the question.
I think one of the biggest things was that the Olympiads used to be, how do I put this in the nice way? The Olympiads were not good events. They were simply not good events. They were very, very long. I already mentioned that there was 13 rounds, now there are 11. But they used to be much, much longer than that. They had these qualification round robin sides. They had these events would last a month or two. A lot of the federations simply didn't have the resources to support a strong team. So a lot of the top players didn't want to invest 1 month of play or even 2 months of play for an event that didn't really pay. That's to begin. That's just kind of like stop right there. But I want to say that more or less from the 70s onwards, the Olympiads really started to become much more prestigious events.
Right.
And federations started to invest in their teams. The host nations also, the budgets began to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So that really a lot of the nations, like for example, Turin in Italy or Tromsø in Norway, had government support. Like Torino in 2006 came just shortly after the Olympics in Italy. And the Olympic Village is actually where the players were hosted. Like they had all of these rooms that was a follow on from the Olympics. So I just wanted to say that the Olympics themselves just became a lot more prestigious events, a lot better supported by national federations. And the players started to really appreciate them, not just for their competition and winning gold medals, but like I said earlier, this opportunity to meet organizers, to meet people across the world. And it became really a friendly event rather than a harrowing journey to God knows where you are going to end up. What position do you have? You have a position from Poland?
I was just browsing through the games, which is still
Okay.
ongoing. I found Mateusz Bartel's game. I'm curious if we have to follow how Vidit Gujrathi is going to win his game.
Yes.
Because that's pretty much the only remaining game from the top boards.
Right. It sure looks to me like the position that you have up there, Bartel, with that wonderful two minor pieces, that should be winning for white. I would expect white to win that game.
So it would seem. Rook e7, I guess rook d8.
Rook d8 just sure, man, every fiber in my being demands rook d8 be played as soon as possible.
Rook d8 is on the board.
Yeah, same move faster was better.
So maybe, again, we can jump back to the women's section.
All righty, let's do it.
Since there's not so many games left here, an open section, maybe there's something really exciting going on there. Tanya Sachdev is still fighting. Things don't look so bad now anymore.
Right, she had this very difficult kingside pawn structure that was this long-term static weakness, but now they look like they're just equally matched on the king side. She's also, Tanya has activated her dark square bishop, put it all the way down there to f2. Maybe it will go to even the square u.
And maybe she is the one now who is the ambitious player, no?
And she starts to think about it because, well, I think the position is 99% going to be a draw, whether white plays the move b3 or not. But I think Tanya has really righted the ship. When we saw her an hour ago, boy, that there was a white knight on the f5 square, and that was an unassailable piece.
I have to go back to that moment, really.
Yeah, just it was just so good for white. We expected queen h2 to land on the board, and asked Tanya, how are you ever going to break the pin on the h file? Her opponent traded on g6, and the next thing you know, we got the current game position. The pawn captured.
In the hindsight, this was not a good choice, right?
Right, yeah. And Tanya, very, very acute and accurate play, brought her king to c5, her bishop to f2, and as you said, who's playing for the win?
I think black definitely is out of the danger here.
Right.
There's no risk for her to continue. Maybe b4, maybe just wait for a while.
Right. But the problem from black's point of view, like imagine white just playing poorly. King c1, king c2, king c1. I never do anything. What can you do? You can put your pawn to b3 if you like. You could play b5, b4, b3. But then your king will never cross any. There's no way of black's king getting into the white camp. So you can't really play the move b3. The best you could do is capture on c3, and then in that kind of a world, your king is kind of stuck to the defense of the c4 pawn.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
you would therefore probably going to be totally a draw.
Yeah, you would therefore have to play bishop takes d2. And then you can imagine king takes d2, and you can get your king all the way to b3. But then you don't go any further. The king stays on d2, and white oscillates with her bishop between f1 and f2. So really, it feels like the draw is a virtual guarantee.
And Anna Zatonskaki still play for United States.
Yes.
Briefly had a glimpse. They're going to continue for a while.
I know my Annas. And Anna Zatonski, if there's ever a player, like I said, who will be the last to leave the tournament, I don't know. Some people have that gift. I don't know, Artur, if you're one of those people who play to the empty hall.
I used to be.
Yes,
but I don't have that patience anymore, really.
You had the Sitzfleisch?
No, I used to be really this annoying quality to play very long games.
Right.
But I can't endure playing so long games anymore. I mean, sometimes this happens. Like recently, I mean, the previous Grand Swiss, I was playing with David Cowell, an 8-hour game.
Oh, no. Oh no, 8 hours. How is it possible?
8-hour game. I was just knocked out. I mean, just boom, boom. So I couldn't even comprehend what's happening here. What is morning? What is evening? It was very tough. So yeah, I can relate to that. Playing long games, but not often really.
But I really want to emphasize to our audience when you start talking about an 8-hour game. So I just had an 8-hour flight. It was Atlanta to Amsterdam. And, you know, during this flight, they serve you 2 meals. It's a dinner and a breakfast, right? But if you're working 8 hours at the chessboard, you're not having a dinner and a breakfast, or you're not having any meals. So this ability to play these long games is like something extra special, because also you need energy, Arturs, and you can destroy your result in the future as well as
This is what
David's.
happened, actually, destroyed my entire tournament.
Oh,
I
my
got no
God.
energy left. Yeah, I made a draw, but
Wow.
after that, poof.
Poof.
Yeah.
Yeah, and boy, my goodness, that's why, you know, the computers have basically said, you know, you can't play Germans anymore because, you know, here's best play, and all you have to do is memorize the line. But I want to say that we used to play 5 hours, and that was a very challenging period. And then you just went to dinner. You stopped the game and you resumed it the next day, and that was somehow rather civilized. You know,
Right.
5 hours of play and a German, and that's just the way it was. 8 hours in a row.
That's a bit tough, right?
Yeah, and because also, and again, this is something I really want to emphasize for our audience. You have worked really, really hard. You prepared yourself very well. You tricked your opponent. You have an advantage. Yes, the much vaunted advantage out of the opening. And you played it very well to a bigger advantage in the middle game. And then your opponent resourcefully is defending in the ending. And all you need is one bad move and everything is destroyed. You play an 8-hour game, your chances of making a mistake increase exponentially.
We made turns. We made turns, yeah.
Yeah, with every half hour that passes. So those long games are a measure of endurance.
Yeah, but by the way, talking about that, it's really amazing that some players really specialize on that. They are very good at playing long games, like Anna,
Yes.
you said.
Yes.
For example, David Howell, I mentioned, he's also used to play very long games. And this is where really the physical stamina, the endurance you have, it plays a role, because I do believe that some players don't crack some players crack after 30 moves, some crack after 40, after 50, after 70. Well, some players need to be broken for 7 hours. Right? And
that's a nice way of putting it, but yes, I follow you.
Yeah, and then it becomes incredibly physically difficult to play. So
yeah.
It's a big skill. It's a big skill, definitely, to keep the game going and going and going.
Yeah, and what you just said about the stamina, that was another thing that I think these modern players, these modern grandmasters do have as a skill set that's really required by the disciplines of today, is you do have people like Magnus Carlsen, like Fabiano. They go to the gym daily and they do work out. They realize that their cardiovascular, their physical energies have to be rather high. And if you look at some of these photos of these old guys, you know, like the legends of chess, the Bent Larsens of the world, if you will, they were portly. They weren't in the best of shape. And I think today you just need to be in really good shape because of the physical demands that are upon you. I mean,
and also talking about the long run, right? It's just not one game. Sometimes you're playing a long tournament like the Olympiad. I mean, here we have 11 rounds.
Yes.
Which is played in, how many days is it? 12, 13 days? There's almost no rest day. There's preparation.
Right.
It's tough. I mean, I still remember, Yasser, the 2016 World Chess Olympiad in Baku, where I was playing for Team Latvia.
Yeah.
It was one of the toughest experiences of my lifetime, because it was evening prep for the players. Then there's the rest, breakfast, morning prep, dinner, game, 5-6 hours.
Rinse and repeat every day,
dinner,
every day.
Evening prep, rest, morning prep, lunch, go to the game, evening prep, etc. It's just non-stop. It's non-stop.
Right.
So it's very tough. I mean, some players maybe go to the Olympiad to, to enjoy the atmosphere. But when you're going to be really competitive, it's really asking you to bring out everything you have.
Yes, and no question. And everything you just said, to that I can add that if you go back to the 80s, they had adjourned game days, days that were just devoted to adjournments, and those adjournments took more out of you than today's prep. What do I mean by that? You and I are going to play tomorrow, and you look at my games with white, and you say, okay, Yasser is going to play d4, c4, and against the King's Indian or the Grunfeld, he's going to play this system or that system, and you prep. But you're guessing. You're guessing. Your experience, your guesswork is pretty good, but you can't be 100% sure you're going to have such and such a position. Germans were completely different animals. You knew exactly this is the position. This is the position, and from here we're going to go here, 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 here. And so suddenly your adjourned game analysis was really. I want to say focused. And I see we've got Tanya, by the way. We've got her position on the board. This is the position that we thought was going to be a draw. All of what I was just saying was leading up to, I remember in my 60 memorable games, Bobby Fischer versus Michael Botvinnik, and the Soviets having their adjourned game analysis that in many ways rewrote history. That game was so crucial for the Olympics and crucial for Bobby and Botvinnik. We do have b4 now on the board. And again, I just did,
right?
Yeah, I don't see if white just goes king d1, king c2, and just ignores every pretension that black can make. Nothing to be done.
Well, sometimes when you can't do things, you rely on your opponent.
Yeah,
so this is always something you can do. Maybe white is going to take it. You know,
right.
And then it gives you some access squares.
That is true. That is true. You can blunder that kind of a capture and open up avenues for Tanya's king.
So actually, you know, this could be not so easy. I mean, depending on the player, really. I don't know much about the white player here.
Exactly.
But allowing the pawn on b3, it looks scary. And you have to like evaluate deeply that in the end, the passive defense calls, right?
Yeah. By the way, besides the passive defense, is the move b2 to b3 ridiculous? Or is that...
Which move?
No, black plays b4. Congratulations, Tanya. White plays b3. b2, b3. Harassing surprise, and says, I don't want to play passive. I want to be an active player. I want to play bishop takes c4, and yeah, go ahead, take that guy, and bishop takes c4.
Oh, that's very complicated, no?
Well, I'm hoping to get a bishops of opposite color ending that's not complicated.
Right.
that if you take my knight, I was going to take the bishop on e6 and say, there's no way that you're going to kick my king out of d1.
Right.
I'll make an easy draw. So I was wondering, can white actually essay this move b2, b3?
It looks reasonable.
It does, doesn't it?
Maybe for black, the final chance is try to do something like this, run with the king to e3, e2, or f3.
D2 is hanging. The pawn on d2 must be protected. Yes.
That's a minor problem then.
Yes, exactly. And then I go bishop f7, and I put my king on d1 immediately, of course.
And that's it.
And that's it. I close the door. Maybe I play b4 and just remind you, hey, wait a minute. You know, I got a passer too. You know. But anyway, the move b2, b3. Just you were mentioning the passive defense, and I said, well, what if actually white plays b3 and plays active?
Yeah. So b3 definitely is a move. Doing nothing is a move. I'm pretty sure that knight f1 is a move, and bishop f1 is a move. b3 is a move. Probably even c takes is a lose. But I think given the circumstances, Silex on b4
It's probably
is
the
the
worst of the choices.
is the
Yes,
worst
I-
choice.
Yeah. By the way, I'm seeing in our chat that Tanya spent 15 minutes on the move b4, b5, b4. Is that true? That's a long.
She's down on the clock to 2 minutes.
Whoa. Whoa.
Not really time trouble, I guess, because you still
of the
get
30 seconds.
30
yeah.
seconds per move. Exactly.
Right. And by the way, Arturs, I'm kind of kicking myself. I actually had a very busy schedule of late. I was doing the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, but I'm regretting that I missed this moment to visit India because I've never visited India and I've always wanted to. How about you? Have you managed to visit India in your career?
Never. I've never been there. And I already said it. I saw some of the pictures from opening ceremony, the hospitality, the playing
Look
hall.
great. Yeah.
I wish I was there.
Exactly. I'm having regrets. I mean, she invited me.
I had my reasons why I decided not to go there this year. But yeah, now, of course, I mean, it looks really great. And so all I can do is wish Team Latvia that they're going to perform well.
Yeah.
So, right.
Yeah, and I was speaking with Vishy. Vishy had invited me. He says, you got to come to Chennai. And I'm like, I invite you. And I'm like, how do you refuse this one Anand? I mean, come on.
I had a talk with some of the Indians, like Sarah and Nicole. I think it was during the French team championships in France, early in June. And we played a game. It was a draw. And after the game, we had a chit chat. He asked, are you coming to the Olympiad? I said, no. He said, why not?
Why not?
And this question had like a lot of emotion. Like, I mean, how can you not come to Chennai, right? This is the event of the year, basically. Everybody's going to Chennai. And even Nigel Short tweeted, I think it was yesterday, if you're not in Chennai, you're not a chess player.
Wow.
Yeah.
Slap
indeed.
across the face. But yeah, Nigel, making me feel worse.
Definitely made me feel worse.
Nice. So after B4, do we have any moves thereafter? So
yeah, let me refresh. No, wait. Actually, I don't physically have B4 on the board for some reason.
I'm looking at the cameras. It's hard for me to tell. It could be a relay error.
Yeah,
how about Sammy? This is the Vidit game. Vidit looks like he's ready to rock and rumble with rook to d5, and that's going to just be a killer. How about Sam Shankland for the
probably
Team
already
USA?
won his game like an hour ago, but
He did?
I think so. I mean,
right. That was that nice Zugzwang moment. Sometimes
yep.
A2, A3 on the board. Well,
Bishop 3, his opponent simply resigned.
Yes.
He definitely was well familiar with the concept of the Zugzwang.
Yep. He saw what was coming. Bishop H5 or A2, A3. Nice game. Vidit.
Not so many games ongoing.
No.
I'm not really sure.
Very empty there.
Right. Not sure which game to choose. Maybe maybe the second India team could be interesting to check.
If we have the relay, it is not certain.
If we have the relay, right.
Ooh, this is.
But this is not very clear, is it?
No.
I think there's some rules missing as well. Out of Bishop C7.
Because the minor pieces of white are keeping black's king essentially at bay. It's almost like an invisible shield. Black's king can't go to d7, to d6, to d8. It can't approach and escort the pawns. So the pawns aren't going to win the game by themselves, not when white's knight is on this great square c5 and not easily pushed away. Now, the question is, can white win? Well, the white king would presumably have to get to d5 and push the black knight into some inactivity. I don't know. I feel that while white's ahead from the material point of view, it's not so easy for white to win this game. Your take?
I think we're just missing a lot of moves, to be honest. And because this was move 46.
You think a relay?
I think so. I think so. Black clock shows zeros unless he lost on time.
Right.
I don't think this happened. And India's second team has been leading so far 3-0.
Okay.
So,
by the way,
Taliban won, Gukesh won, and also Sadhwani won his game.
Hat tip to Spain. They did defeat a Welsh team 4-0. I thought somebody on Wales was going to nick a half a point or more, but they were not able as Spain goes 4-0.
And Shirab won his spectacular game. We left it at some point here.
Queen h3. That was how Alexei managed to bring his queen. I said f1 was a terrible square, and it was, but h5 was much better. And it looks like new score sheets.
Slowly he approached. Oh, queen f4. Look at that.
Ooh, what a lovely finish. Queen
Pretty
d7,
sure this was
rook
the finish.
d5, and rook d8 mate. We were saying the opera game and the Paul Morphy opera game with rook d8 mate.
The same finish.
Yeah, Alexei achieved immortality. And
Right.
what do you say?
Maybe let's make a quick break. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that works for
Something
me.
like several minutes, then we can round up what's been happening here so far. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
Okay, deal.
Chess works over there. Chess clock over here. You're over there.
amazing. He just beat me, man. We just played like 3 games.
It's a 4-1 streak my way.
Me and him actually learned around the same time, and you know, it's been fun watching him grow.
He's early on, he'll trade his queen off too. He doesn't mind losing his queen, but he uses his horses more.
I'm a little mad if he take my horses, because they the deadliest piece on the board. Everybody think it's the queen, but it's the horse, because you can't defend it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Chess Olympiad from Chennai, India. We are having a lot of fun on our first day of broadcast, but I gotta say, Arturs, all good things have to come to an end, and soon it's just about the results.
Yeah, let's maybe check some of the results of the round 1, and some small upsets did happen, but of course, the favorites mainly won their matches.
For sure. Everybody wants a 4-0 result, not so easy to achieve. Even the mighty and much vaunted USA team got nicked for a draw there by Angola. And before you say nicked for a draw, it could have easily been a loss, right, as one Levon Aronian offered a draw from a losing position. It was accepted. And then you see Germany has won 4-0 as well.
Here you see some other results. Azerbaijan, 4-0. Netherlands is 3-0 up against Jordan.
With one
Ukraine, 3-0. I guess one game is still ongoing.
Yep.
Germany, 4-0 over Sudan, not a big surprise. And England is about to score a clean victory over Cyprus.
Exactly. And we were seeing in the background there, because so many games look like they've been completed, we were seeing Tanya, such as position from the women's section. And I wonder if we've got a lot of the results of the women to mention as well. Also, big shout out to our team in India who are relaying us so many of the games, the positions. They have put together something very special of highlights of this day one. So when Artur and I do sign off, do not sign off yourselves, but stay around, hang around on the Twitch stream, as we will be presenting the highlights, and that will come up much later. But I just wanted to give a warning to everybody that we've got some good stuff coming your way.
Don't you leave. Don't you leave.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
Yeah, and also to all of those of you who are joining our broadcast, thank you very much for sharing your day with Artur and I. But also, you can help us a lot by telling your friends where you're going to hang out. And we've got a schedule coming up for each and every round, and you can follow us. We will be here, you and I, for the first 3 rounds, right, Artur?
Yep, first 3 rounds, I believe, for some of the next rounds as well. Every single day, the action starts the same time, except the final round, 11:30 Central European Summer Time. Or if you're at the Pacific Coast, okay, you'll have to wake up early, 2:30 a.m., not to miss the start of every new round in Olympiad. Every single day is a new round in the Olympiad. There's a couple of rest days, but total 11 rounds, 1 round per day. That's the schedule.
Exactly. And then they break for August 4th, will be the first and only free day. I mean, after all, you got to make the Bermuda party possible, right, Artur? I mean, so August 3rd will feature the Bermuda party. We will not be there to call it, I'm afraid. That's
you can watch it on video.
But yeah, maybe we'll watch it on video. There you go. That's a good thought.
Not the same, right?
Not the same. You miss the dark and stormy cocktails. But yes, 1 free day. And as I understand it, there's going to be a lot of team commentary as well, not just ourselves.
Right. All right. It's been an amazing day. First round, some technical issues from the start. Some games were missing. We caught up in the end after some minutes in. So, yeah, it's been exciting day. Some small minor upsets. Still, the favorites won their matches. Team United States, Team India. And I guess this is where we say goodbye. But like Yasser said, we do have something special prepared for you.
Exactly. And before we do say our final goodbyes, a warm shout out to you, Artur. It's been very, very nice for me to make your acquaintance and to work alongside you. I've enjoyed the day. I look forward to tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Likewise.
Wonderful. And as Artur says, as we close down, and we thank you all for watching, do enjoy this very special, this nice special that's coming up. Bye.
Come back tomorrow.